They painted this.
Yeah, because I've always been on the verge of tripping.
Hi, how are you? Good. Hey, what did you want her
Did did it fall in one of your pockets or something, George? Well, you know what? Oh, good. Hey, Tom. I wanted to show
I just
you.
Because you're usually the one talking.
Ray just wanted to make sure that you guys know you don't have to read that entire resolution.
Oh, okay. I'll hang on to that. Because the one I had to
They're going to call each of the kids up.
Well, my phone.
You have my what? Yeah, I like this one. Okay. Thank you.
Wait, don't leave. Yeah? How are you? And what is it? We all have the same number.
Good evening. How's everybody tonight?
Fine. Now. Oh, she said the 0 is and numbers. I knew I wasn't gonna get it right. Okay.
We'll see if we can get the maybe the small conference room, but
What in the world? And if I keep doing it, it's gonna. They have the air conditioner. Hey, what did you do? But I keep trying to do it. That's what I did.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I will.
9 o'clock Wednesday. Myself, Melissa, Dennis, California.
Oh, W.
I'm on vacation after this year. How can I do that? Oh, I don't think I have access on here. Let me check though.
Well, if you can't, don't worry about it, because I'm just going to send it to him, and if he shows up, fine. If not, he just misses out.
Makes the meeting more clear.
Because it's about, what is it?
Oh, that pertussis.
Pertussis. So we're going to be, we'll have one peak instead of...
He said he went to the well, at least I haven't. I know.
Yeah. All right.
He's just throwing stuff around.
Oh,
He's just excited about leaving, that's all. I don't want to wake you up.
Terry, when you get a moment.
Okay.
Connected Netgear. Right there.
Okay, you know I didn't get it.
You know what, Tom? Let me get Tom this in.
Okay, so you can't do it.
Yeah.
Okay. Mark.
Well, they'll be
Available.
Told you not to. It's too late now.
Yeah, well, I think I've got like 9 days.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, okay, all right. Well, you still got time.
I kept the receipt. That's what I can tell.
Isn't it early?
I don't know who told you, but you don't get no rebate.
Why do you skip us all the time?
Yeah, I had to stretch mine out like it was rubber band. See how I had to stretch it? Tom, we need another little hook up here, Tom. I think they just forget about us on this end. Yeah, we'll switch over if we have to.
Did you ever get what happened with that lady? Since I didn't get a response back. It's the one with that says her son was dropped off at 6 years old on some bus stop.
We worked it out. What do you mean you didn't get a response?
I didn't.
This was that long chain of thing that went back and forth.
Yeah.
We
Well, I
resolved
don't know
it.
if it went back and forth. She just sent me one email, and I sent it to you.
But then I got it last because it had gone somebody after. We resolved it. When I look at my emails.
But the bottom line is it's just that same thing, 1.5 miles.
Right.
Right. I just didn't know.
She, this was her.
probably, but I
She was
just
going
gotta
on
make
and on
sure
because she
that
wanted her
everybody
child
gets
taken
their
to 2 different
signature.
places,
And then these
and we don't do that.
Right.
three are all
And so,
flagged.
when I explained that to her, I mean, she was amicable. She didn't go. After she got upset about it, I said we can't not. We for many years we've overextended ourselves as a district. And last year, when the district adopted the 5-mile policy, because we were taking people to every daycare imaginable. So we now finally have daycares that are clustered around each building, probably 8 to 10 of them. So basically, the bottom line was, in a nice way, you got to choose one.
Okay.
Because we can't, we can't unless it's along an existing route. We'll take it, but it's got to be there, and it's got to be back to from point A to point B and back again. It can't be from point A to point B 2 days a week, or I want to pick them up. I want you to pick them up in the AM and drop them off, but in the PM I want you to drop them off somewhere else. So my thing was, what if there's a sub-driver? We have enough problems trying to keep up with all these babies, and we just cannot afford to run the risk of losing somebody because we're not dropping them off at the same place and picking them up at the same place every day.
Just to bring the point that she made that the son was dropped off at...
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. So it was fine. I thought I sent you a response back, but it was taken care of.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you want me to get the verse?
Yeah. I think you'll like it.
Okay. Did that mean...
It says fine.
Brother in this old ghetto mess.
See,
Then they try to drag me into it. I ain't getting into it.
hey, please.
I'm not getting into your
I
ghetto,
had-
ghetto mess.
I do the same thing with mine. I got one of my younger brothers. He's 40-something years old. He gonna move up here from down in Jackson. He been in the South too long, whatever. I said, brother, look, let me tell you something. My life is as stable as I can get it at this point.
You want to keep it.
And I'm going to keep it that way. I don't need no drama. So if you're going to go down to Chicago and start doing whatever it is you do, hooking up with some of your old whatever, it's going to be you and them, not me. I said, because I don't frequent, which means I don't go to the hood. The hood as I knew it don't even exist no more. I said, and furthermore, you got 2 kids down there, you got 2 or 3 up here, and you gonna come up here and now all of a sudden you don't have no job, and you want to come up here and hook up one of your old flames because y'all been on Facebook or whatever.
Oh, okay.
Man, please, you better keep that on over there somewhere, because I'm not dealing with it.
Hey, there's a ping out.
Yeah, mine is, he had got hurt last year. And they didn't have no insurance, so he's laid up.
Johns County.
So he finally got some little money from the guy who ran into him. And so, of course, it was only $5,600. So he planned on doing all sorts of stuff with the money. And then he's got this one, he got a kid that he don't halfway know, and he had promised her he was going to send for her to come up to
Oh my
Chicago.
God.
He ain't got no money. So his other daughter is emailing me or texting me asking me if I knew that she was coming up. And now he ain't got no money because he done ran through the little money he had.
So he think he got
So like-
$56 million.
Right. He had $5,600. Talking about he was going to help his daughter start a business.
Oh my Lord.
Then he gave us money for something else. And it's like, brother, please, that money will be gone. To be honest, I'm surprised it lasted this long. I'm surprised it lasted this long.
I mean, that's a mess. Look at this brother. Look at him.
What did you do? What,
9
tomorrow, did you say?
9 o'clock Wednesday.
9 o'clock Wednesday.
Yeah.
No, he won't be on there.
Too bad. You said. What time can you be?
Maybe 11.
No, I think we're that long. 'Cause Melissa, who's responsible for the PR piece, needs to be there. She won't be there like in the afternoon. So if we start at 11 o'clock, that means we won't start till after 12. Wait a minute. Because this meeting's going on over.
Okay.
So,
Terry, while you're in there, do I have a meeting with John tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow morning? No,
Just the after-school meeting?
No, just that after school meeting.
And that's at 3:30?
Yes, sir.
What do
Okay.
you have for Thursday?
Thursday, he's got nothing.
Maybe I'll tell them Thursday, see what they say. Hold on. I just had to.
He's up there.
Like you need another meeting to go through, right? But you know what, that was very productive. It was very productive. Well, I'm going to send the bullets of the meeting out to you and to everybody else just to recap what we talked about. But it was very amicable. We talked. We met for almost a full night. So everybody had input, and we talked about what we're trying to build towards down the road, a couple of 3 years, and that is to restore by way of their grant and our share 2 full-time real But as far as those other logistical pieces we talked about, there's no resistance over that. Yeah.
So that when we do the resolution, you don't have to read the whole resolution.
Now he come in here with a big old do-rag on his head, like some kind of backwoods farmer. And she be running around telling people that he intimidate people in the neighborhood. I said, please, are you? That's a Candace son.
Oh, is it?
Raggedy.
No. I got to
Yeah.
bring my
Right.
power cord.
That's that raggediness.
I'll look on what either David or Tom, because I'm not turning this baby on tonight. Are you telling the story?
He comes strolling in looking like Sinbad. Right. Bash you landlubbers. Okay, what am I doing now?
You know, if I remember my login for my passport. Who cares? You got the Creek Warriors in?
What?
Yeah, all the street folks in it.
That's for running the district. The Kia Hall said that she wants to see every month. So we're going to start off with a bang. We got to do it in high style. We're going to do it, right? Huh? We're ready.
Like Banshee.
Good evening. All right. We're ready to start in just a few minutes. So just give us a couple more minutes for our president to get organized. And we're happy to see all of you here, especially our high school students and faculty tonight who will be presenting on number 4 around the district. One of our board members gave a suggestion, Board Member Hall, about having more recognition of both students and staff on a monthly basis. And so we thought that we would kick off the year this year with the high school in particular. I did a 10 myself. I was there, I think that was on Wednesday, September the 25th, or August the 25th. right here in this auditorium when the juniors and senior mentors kicked off with the staff the freshman ignition program. And I must say, I already told the board in an FYI, I've never seen an opening that electric and that exciting. Certainly job well done. And so I wanted to invite you out here tonight so that you could share that with the board. And we should be ready in just a few minutes to start.
Good evening. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Roll call.
Mrs. Coletti? Mrs. Hall?
Here.
Mr. Heisel?
Here.
Mr. Rose?
Here.
Mrs. Sanders?
Here.
The President?
Here.
And the Secretary here.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, I'd like to get started with around the district, so everyone who's involved, please share.
So we're going to turn it over to Mr. Rigler, principal of the high school. And Mr. Rigler.
We start. Test?
Yes.
We started out a program last year talking about how do you truly change an organization from the people you hire, from the new people that come from within. We talked about the freshmen that come in. Frequently, here's your notebook, here's your handbook, be quiet, sit down, here's the rules. And a lot of students came up talking about, a way to transition students into high school. Talking to a colleague of mine in another school, another principal, talked about an ignition program. And when we went to see this ignition program, it was truly electric, as Dr. Rogers said. So I called up Mr. Konecki and Ms. Gaffney and says, you got to come out here and see this. So the next day they come out and saw it, and the same thing happened. And we envisioned this mentor program happening the way it did now. We set a plan into motion. We recruited the very best students we had in this school. And those are the students you see out there right now. Please, all our mentors, have a stand up, please. The students you see right here up here, and their parents that support them are the very best we have to offer here in the school. They've done an excellent job of mentoring these freshmen. Truly, we envisioned what it was we wanted to do, but we had no idea that it would be this successful. You guys can sit down. I won't make you stay any longer. Thank you. There was a quiet reluctance on the part of the staff. It's another program, another initiative we have going. And, really, it was mentoring kids to do what we all envision to do, to bring these students into the high school, to change them, to bring them in the right way. We've all heard the myths, you hear every year as an educator, for those that have been in education long enough, about the next class coming in. You hear all this, how bad they are, this or that. And truly, as our mentors can tell you, the freshmen have been exemplary. They come in so far. They felt belonged. And have sense of belonging, you don't tend to act out as much. You don't tend to look for the wrong things. These students have been in the hallways. I see freshmen, hey, there's my mentor. And their mentor high-five in the hallway. They know somebody. They know how to act. I've seen mentors in the hallway asking students about how their grades are. Freshmen, hey, behavior, addressing behavior and such. The behavior is improved as well. As training evolves, so do the mentors. These young men and women you see right here, they've evolved. And I think, and I won't make them talk tonight because we've got a video that states it even better than we can here, but these young men and women out here have evolved into leaders in the last few months. We've seen them step forward. We've seen them mentoring these students. We've seen them leaders in the community, all of a sudden volunteering to do stuff. I can't keep them off the announcements to try to want to say about the program. They like it. They really enjoy mentoring these kids. They've got some great talent that you're going to see as well, and you're going to see in the next year. They got some great ideas, and it's a constant basis. They come down to the office, talk about, I got a great idea for the freshmen. And you're going to see some of those programs as we go every month. And Ms. Hall, we did have an idea exactly every month. We'd like them to come back every month to talk about some of the great stuff we're doing. And a lot of the ideas we push to them. We don't want it to be us that's putting them. they've got a lot of the great ideas to come out here and do some great things for the freshmen as well, to bring them to the next level. We started out with the staff, and I say the reluctance because, again, the programs that start with the staff, they're reluctant to do a new program. I've had staff members come up to me after Dr. Rogers talked about that first day when the teachers were all here, and they watched it in the auditorium, and they participated in this. And I had 30-year veterans with literally tears in their eyes saying, this is the way that it should start a school year. And no offense, but the way we always start a school year about is curriculum, and here's what we're going to do. It was fun. The staff enjoyed it. The staff enjoyed seeing you guys lead the way. That's where they really felt, wow, after 3 years, you guys are a product of what they taught. So to them, it seems a little more self-worth for them to see you guys doing what you're doing. So again, you guys, a round of applause to you guys for what you did for them. Okay? We coupled this program with our freshman focus program, which is another thing we talk about, and we have an incentive program that Mr. Main's going to talk about briefly. But this program, we've seen a huge decrease in referrals, tardiness, etc. Tardiness, we still got to work on with some kids, but the disrespect in the classroom, the teachers have come out and said. We've heard parents say that Facebook has been lit up with kids about the freshman days that we've had. So it's been successful in their eyes. The kids are enjoying it. The freshmen are enjoying it. It's a nice start. I do want to recognize Ms. Gaffney and Mr. Konecki. Where they at? They have been the backbone of this. They have been the backbone of this, and last year when I did task Mr. Konecki with this, and he was in the midst of a world championship for the women's football team. If you guys didn't know that, he's a world championship football coach back there. They did take it over in Sweden. The girls never got scored on all summer. Well, so nice job, Mr. Konecki, as well. Before I steal any more thunder, I'd like the students to come up and talk about their experiences. We're going to hear from Tina Muscatel first, and a few other students, and then we're going to watch our video that really nails it home for what we're doing there. Tina?
Hello, everyone. My name is Tina Muscatel. As an Ignition mentor, I loved the experience. The first day that I met my freshman mentees, I loved it. They always come up to me now and ask me questions about the school, and I give them an answer, and they look at me and say thank you. To have a younger peer just come up to me and say thank you is amazing. It's just an amazing feeling. And the first day of the Ignition, and I walked into the classroom, and they were shy, and they didn't want to talk to anybody. By the end of the day, they were screaming blue and gold. They loved the Warriors. They were so proud to be in high school. Whereas I remember my freshman year, I was scared. I didn't know where to go. I barely knew anybody. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what clubs I'd be interested in. After the first week of high school, for the freshmen, I went into the classroom and I sat down with them and I talked to them about their first week. And they said a lot of students were actually thinking of joining math team, scholastic bowl. People were asking about show choir, if they could audition still. People were asking me questions, and they loved it. And then I remember my freshman year, freshmen never wanted to go to the football games. They were scared. They didn't know anybody. They really didn't. And then one day I walked in and I said, okay, who's going to the home football game? Entire class, their hands were raised. They were excited to go to the football games. They were excited to be out there, to be part of a high school. And they were also happy to see us as mentors be out there. As for me, I'm the drum major of the band. My mentees loved seeing me out on the field. I've heard people who are in show choir, they said, I can't wait to go watch my mentor dance and sing. Those of you who are in football, they want to go and watch you. They want to see us. And for us to actually interact with them was amazing. I know I now bleed blue and gold. I love my high school. I love the Warriors. But it took me about a year to finally get there. But with Ignition now, I can proudly say to everyone, the freshman class of 2014, they bleed blue and gold now, and they are happy to sing the school song. I would like to now give the mic over to Colin Collins.
Hi, I'm Colin. As one of the mentor leaders, I'm extremely excited for this program. I've grown up in Crete my whole life, been here since kindergarten, and I've seen the school at some of its best times and also at some of its worst. And being a part of this high school and seeing where it's come, I can tell that this mentor experience is the beginning of what it really takes to improve the school. Already, the freshman class, they're showing so much more interest than we ever did in just like coming and learning and being a part of the whole high school experience and not like just blending into the crowd. Like my kids, they want to get out there. They want to experience. They want to learn. They want to go talk to people. They want to connect with their teachers. They want to do all of these things that coming in we were scared to. And I'm sure other classes did simply because we didn't have anyone there guiding us. We didn't have anyone leading the way, telling us what to do. I know my freshman year, it was one of the most hectic experiences ever. I was coming in, I had some pretty big shoes to fill from my brother. He left a kind of lasting impression. And I was kind of lost because I was torn between following his footsteps and also being my own person. And it took some of the upperclassmen that I had made connections with to kind of mentor me in a way. And they helped me to become more involved in the school. It was because of some of the people that I knew that my freshman year I went out, I became a president of a club, which was a really good learning experience for me in terms of leadership abilities and just really integrating myself into the school. And I have to give credit to those people who took me under their wing and kind of showed me like, hey, you need to go to class. Hey, you need to do your stuff. You need to get out there. You need to be a part of it. And as a mentor now and just seeing the freshmen, like it just makes me happy. Like it made me so happy the first day just to sit there and just to see everyone just excited and just ready to participate and just be a part of it. And I mean, like us, our freshman year, it wasn't like that. We came in, they sat us down in here, we had a big lecture about going to school, getting good grades, not disrespecting teachers, and it's fine and everything. We all need to hear that, but at the same time, how much do you really absorb when you just have an adult sitting there talking to you? So as a part of the mentor program, I feel like the connection that we can make with them, it's just so much more beneficial. My kids, I know my kids personally, I came and I sat down with them, they immediately asked me, what can we do in this school? And that's so much different from, I know my freshman year when we were all like, how can we get out of this school? It's such just a change of climate. People are excited for the games, like Tina said, the games, for show choir, for everything. People are just excited to go. Now being a trained mentor, like we've all gone through the training, I can look at my mentors, the people that led me and taught me, and I can look at them and I can just think like, hey, if they had had the same training that I had gone through, how much more could they have helped me? And I know that now as a mentor, with the training that I've received and the training that we've received, we can go and we can not only help ourselves to grow, but we can help this school to grow. Because honestly, the change starts with the people. As much as our administration and teachers might want to help, if the students aren't receptive of it, then nothing's going to happen. And I believe that this mentor program is a first step in making the students actually want to change and want to better themselves and want to better the school. And already, just from the projections that I've seen, if we have our entire school acting like the freshman class is now, already we've made progress. We've grown so much from where we've been. There's no more, or hopefully there will be no more of all the issues that we've gone through in the past, simply because people feel now like this is a home. This is a place where we can go to. I'm proud to be a Warrior. It took me my whole high school career pretty much to be a proud Warrior, and now I can actually say that I'm proud to be a Warrior. And hopefully for the new freshmen, it won't take 4 years for them to say, hey, this is my school and I'm proud to be here. Already they're like from their first day, hey, this is my school. I want to be here. I don't want to ditch class. I want to come. I want to experience. I want to go to my mentor and ask some questions, have a good day. And honestly, I think that makes all the difference in the world, just to have someone want to be there. And as a proud mentor, I can just see nothing but good things coming from this program if we continue to build it.
All right.
Hi, I'm Kelly Coletti. What does it feel like to be a freshman? Anyone who has been there can probably recall feeling a mixture of nerves and excitement in the days leading up to the beginning of their high school career. I remember that when I entered Crete Monee High School as a freshman 3 years ago, I was both nervous and excited about what was in store for me for my first weeks in school. As a freshman, I was part of the Freshman Academy, where I really did not interact with anyone but teachers and other freshmen. My classmates and I were secluded from the rest of the student body for most of the day, which made lunch, the time when we did see the students in the upper grades, even more nerve-wracking, because those mysterious faces seemed to be staring, yet uncaring about how awkward we felt. I am now thrilled to see that the freshman class of 2010-2011 can walk the hallways, attend extracurricular events, and eat lunch, knowing that they are part of one group that calls itself the student body of Crete Monee High School. Thanks to the Ignition Mentor Program, the freshmen know that there are fellow students of all ages who are there to support them as they learn the ropes of high school. I feel especially blessed because I was assigned to mentor special needs students on the day of freshman orientation. My brother Joey is one of those students, and I know that because of their disabilities, they cannot always fully participate in the high school experience. Making friends is always a challenge when you are in a new environment. That challenge, however, is multiplied when you struggle just to answer when you're asked what your name is. On the day of freshman orientation, the special needs students were included in these activities and were able to participate in the low ropes course. I made friends with the students in my group, and it makes me feel wonderful when I see them in the hallways or the lunchroom and I say hello. I know all their names, and I know how good they feel about themselves. They have a friend at school. I feel such a positive spirit in our school building right now, and it's something that was just not there before. I know that the Ignition program has helped to make the entire body feel a unity that we have not felt in the past. And with such a great start, I'm so excited to see the impact that our connection with the freshmen will have as the school year goes on.
Oh, my. Mr. Walls, yes.
How you guys doing? I have prepared my note cards. First, I'm just going to start off talking about my freshman year. My freshman year, I didn't know anyone when I came to the school. I had just came from a school in Markham, and moving out here was a big transition for me. Not only the transition from 8th grade to high school, which is difficult enough, but coming from a different district where I knew no one at all except my brother, who's not here tonight. But so because I had moved here and I didn't know anyone, it was very difficult for me to make friends because it was difficult for me to get out of my shell. There's a certain comfort zone that kids come into when they enter a new place. This is a building as big as this is with all these new people. They come here and they don't know what to do, so they just, kind of get up in this little ball. And that's what we try to do here in the Ignition program is we try to bring them out of that shell, get them, to know each other and get more comfortable with each other. The first day of school, we had them doing very shell-breaking activities, I guess I would say. Most kids, when they come to high school, their teachers are asking their name, and that's about it. Well, one of the things we did was we had them say their name. It was called Kung Fu Introductions. What they would do is they would say their name, and then they would put some super cool Kung Fu move into it. And so the mentors did it first, well, at least I did it first, just to show them what it was like, embarrass myself. That way they're not, too embarrassed to embarrass themselves. Like I said, coming to a new place where there's a bunch of new people and a bunch of new customs, you really don't know what to do. So what do? You watch other people to see what they do. There's a saying, when in Rome, do as Romans do. So when they're in Crete, they just do as warriors do. So essentially, you could say that the freshmen come into Crete looking for someone to follow. And as I've said before, who better to follow than myself and these group of students here? These are the elite of the upperclassmen that we have. And I saw this quote online once. Leaders are those who know the way, go the way, and show the way. And that's what we try to do with them. They look at us as an example of how they should be living their life in high school, Not necessarily, they don't see us out there getting in trouble. They don't see us tardy to class. that often. And you know, a lot of my friends that go to different schools, or some friends that got kicked out of the school, they doubted the program a lot. They said, oh, you know what, that's just a bunch of stuff. Y'all think y'all gonna change the freshmen, blah, 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 this. When actually, at first I kind of doubted myself a little bit, but after seeing the freshmen the first few weeks, seeing them on the first day of school, seeing how they look up to me, you know, I can see that I've really made a change here. One of the kids, first day of school, he asked me, he said, man, Fred, does everyone here follow you? And I was like, I don't know. Because, you know, I didn't know how to handle that. But like I said, people doubted us. And I already seen the dramatic change that we've made here at the school, and that makes me feel good. By the time these freshmen, class of 2014, if we keep this Ignition Mentor program here, by the time that they're seniors, this will be a totally different school. You know what I mean? A whole new group of students and a whole new outline on things. This program is also not just good for the freshmen, it's also good for us as mentors, because we're developing a leadership ability that may or may not have been there before. If it was there before, then it's just getting molded now. This is going to go beyond high school. If there are any careers that we look for where there's public speaking or any, you know, even teachers, you know, now we know how to handle a group of kids. You know, we're still perfecting it now every day, but if, you know, now we know how to handle kids as well, and we're learning at an early age. It's not easy to work with these kids when you don't know them. One of my fears when I first started this Ignition program was, what if I get one of those kids who just don't listen to anybody, and then they start insulting me? How am I going to handle that? Well, I saw a few of those kids in my group, and I didn't want to, you know, you don't want to revolt against them, because you're teaching them the right way to go about things. So I did get those kids, and when you show kindness to them and you're not afraid to get to know them, they give you positive feedback, and they show you that they want to get to know you. They want to be better people, and it's you know, it's really making the school a better place. Like I said, we as upperclassmen are giving our time and hopes for a brighter future with these kids, not only just here now, but for future generations to come at CMHS.
I think we're ready to roll for our video. And by the way, I don't think Fred was ever in a shell, believe it or not.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask, this video, I've seen a couple that have been done. This one I haven't seen, but I'm going to spill this out. Fred, you put this one together, right? Yeah. Fred did this video. And I would like for us to go out in the audience so we can get a real clear picture of it. But the work that Fred did on some of the videos I've seen is unbelievable. So let's watch it.
know that this program will benefit the students that come into Crete. When I say the students, I mean the freshmen. The freshmen will benefit from this program because as freshmen, they come in and they really have no sense of direction. It's up to us to give them that direction, to help guide them into a better place, to help them further accomplish things, to help them focus on the task that they need to focus on instead of the task that they don't need to focus on. It's up to us to mold them into leaders. I personally love being a member of Ignition. I like being a mentor to these kids. I think that it's a wonderful thing. I wish that they had a program like this when I was a freshman because I feel like I would be better off as a student right now. My grades would have been way better, my work ethic, everything would have been so much better because I would have had people helping me and telling me exactly how to do things and exactly how to go about things. I love this program, I love being a part of it, and I think that it will be a great thing in the future.
Now we will be having a skit put on by the Ignition mentors.
Entering high school can be a hard transition for many students, and it's our hope that the Ignition Mentor Program will help to ease that transition by creating a welcoming environment for our freshmen, creating a sense of school spirit and truly a sense of community and home within our student body. Through various trainings and workshops, the Ignition Program will also foster the leadership potential of our upperclassmen and really give them an opportunity to inspire positive change here at Crete Monee High School.
Mentoring for me has been a great experience. Since I've become an Ignition mentor, I've had a lot of fun with my freshmen. I've been able to see how one of my many, many tools has helped them make a big difference in their high school careers, and it will help make a big difference in the careers that they have beyond high school. I love mentoring personally. I love my freshmen. I love how I get to interact with them on a daily basis, whether it's in the hallway or it's during our field sessions and playing 3D Twister.
Welcome class of 2014.
Earlier on in this school year, we kicked off the first part of the Ignition program. It was a tremendous success. We had all of our freshmen here with our student mentors, and up to date we've had 2 very successful fuel sessions, and all the feedback that we've had is very positive, and we're hoping that all the data that we have thus far is showing that our 8th graders who are now freshmen are transitioning very well into the high school.
Is this what we want our high school to look like? Alright. Some of you said no, and for those of you who said yes, shame on you.
Freshman. Keyword fresh. The word freshman to me symbolizes a new beginning or a fresh start. As an incoming freshman to high school, you have the world in your hands. You have the opportunity to be anybody that you want to be. All it takes is a little determination, perseverance, and some proper leadership to help you, to guide you, get you where you want to go. And that's what we try to provide here in the Ignition program.
In the past, in other buildings that I've been involved with, the freshmen, as they're brought in, are generally institutionalized by, here's your handbook planner, here's your schedule, here's the rules, sit down, be quiet, be seen and not heard. And we really value what the students bring to us in our building, to indoctrinate them in that building, to learn the culture rather than being silent, not knowing anything. We value that. This year we started the mentor program. It has been hugely successful. The idea of having someone that's been here 3 and 4 years, on their 4th year now, to be able to transfer that knowledge to these freshmen coming in, we envision as being hugely beneficial. It has been exceeded our expectations as far as how we've seen these mentors act and how they've behaved and how they've mentored these kids and taken them under their wing. These these freshmen their first day of school with all the other kids in the building, seeing them be able to recognize and, hey, I know that, that's my mentor. And the behavior, how it's been so far, the academics, how it's been, to see some of the fuel sessions these students have done has truly been, it's exceeded my expectations and the rest of the administration to try to put this together. So in that regard, these freshmen have been indoctrinated now. The climate, the culture of the building has improved because they've been brought in the right way. They know how to behave. They know the expectations. They're drilled into them weekly, daily even, when they see their mentors. I've had students in the hallway, mentors, which I've only seen teachers do this in the past, say, hey, I heard this grades are slipping in this class. Oh, hey, you know, or I need help. A freshman coming to a senior asking for help, asking for tutoring help. That is truly remarkable in what we're trying to do here. It's gone a lot quicker than we've envisioned. We plan on seeing it go even further from this point on. As our mentors grow, so too we hope our freshmen will grow. And again, with the mentors, to see them out in the building, them gaining maturity and leadership that they can take once they get out of our building as well, knowing what they've set up, and hopefully years to come saying that they had a part and they were one small, I will call it large piece now, as a stakeholders to start this program up in the future to see what this school can become truly when everybody is indoctrinated and put into this mold that we want them to be as far as being leaders, being responsible, being respectful, being mindful of safety, and doing the right thing as we want every member to come out of our school to do to contribute to society the best way they can and be successful.
A school and a staff that cares about your success and cares that you're here and that you're going to enjoy your time here.
What I want you guys to understand is we're not sure. We're here to help you.
This is a school that believes that if they can make a connection with you, if they can have a real relationship with you, that you're going to be more successful and you're going to like it here.
We all fit in because here at Crete Monee High School, we have better attitudes than that.
Because at a lot of schools, you're just a number, but that's not how it works here.
Okay. We're going to end it here, but before we do that, do you hear me? Am I coming across? Yes. To the board members and to the members of the audience, and I truly mean this, you would have to have been here to feel it, because even though that video extremely well done, and I think you can feel the excitement and the electricity, but you know, some of you who are my age, you know, the people out there that are motivational speakers like Tony Robbins and stuff. That day, it was like a pep rally. I mean, it was like something I have never seen before. Between the adults and the mentors, and, you know, I do have to give Fred in particular, whether he was anointed as the leader or just took the leadership role, I've never seen kids take on an audience that was as packed as it was, just full of freshmen, and basically, other than a few adult introductions, basically ran the entire day themselves. And it was run because they were trained by a national organization who did an extremely well job in teaching them what to do. They knew it was very structured, but they knew what to do. They had them all divided, the entire freshman class divided into groups of 8, 9, 10, maybe up to 12 at most. They had them do team building activities. They had just talk sessions. They did a little bit of going over expectations and things of that nature, but I have never seen anything like this in the 30 years I've been in education. Never. It was so well done, and Fred did a few more videos for the audience that we're not going to show you tonight, but just how to do things right and how to do things wrong in the high school. It was absolutely hilarious if you had seen the, and it was done both by the mentors as well as the teachers who were involved, sort of did the videos together. In fact, the mentors were the teachers in the videos, and the adults were the kids. And it was very funny. But real quick, I was so impressed that I wanted to leave you with a gift, and so I'm going to ask Mr. Rigler and Mr. Main to come up here, that while I call your name, I want you to come up here. It's a gift certificate, I believe, to Borders, enough to either get you a CD or a book, because I was just that impressed with your performance. Basically, I'm going to hand it to them, and you just come in, just line yourself down. We're going to take one picture, and then we're done for tonight as far as the around the district. But Katie Coletti, come on up. And hold the applause until we're all up here, and then we're going to give one big applause. Kelly Coletti. And Camaris Austin Biggs. Chris Jones. Lexus Jackson. Michael Rosenquist. Is it Ole Aguanglana? If I mispronounced that, I believe you know who you are. O-L-E is the first name? Oh, he's not here. Okay. Solomon Martin. Tina Muscatel. And Tina, where is she? Oh, she had to leave. She was a star in her right in that play that you all did. That was absolutely funny, too, and that was just great. These gift certificates I'll give to the people who are not here. Is it Kenya Harden? Keenan? Leandre Valat? Below? And I'll probably not pronounce all these correctly. Naquella Drayton? Is it Nyquella? Sakira Bello, Markeisha Wiley, Zachary Nevels, Taylor Whitler, Karis Gunn or Gwen, Lauren, Penkais, Lauren, Luke Johnson, Cody Hawk. Okay, Breon Bailey. Raven Brown. I believe it's Antonise Henderson. Bridget De Laurentiis. Jonathan Fazel or Fazel. All right. Justin Williams. Emerald Green. This is Emerald. Morgan Pettis. Cornelius Hall. Fred Walls. Itoya Hatsona. Alex Wader, Brandon Bird, Brianna Stilber or Steiber, Charday French, Colin Pullums, DeAndre Range, Erica Jones, Jimmy Walters, Hope Moore, Julie Finley, Aki Allen, Ashley Thompson, Brian Bird, Cody Richard, Caitlin Woody, Emmanuel Torres, Darius Francis, Jalen Bailey, Grace Flowers, and last of all, Josh Call. Wow. What a fantastic job. And to Brian Rigler and to his team, it's what I told him last year. You have got to turn this school over to the kids with your direction and turn it over to the leaders in the building. And when these students tell you that it's a different climate, if you talk to any staff member, and I can say this without fear that you will hear this, you will hear that the start of this school year has been like any other as far as the positive vibe in this school, and it's because of the leaders that are in front of you, Board of Education. The goal that we have to turn the school around to have school spirit and empowerment is a dream that's really coming true, and it's because of the leaders that we have in front of us. So let's give them one more hand. We would like to take, if possible, did you get the pictures? Melissa, did you get the picture? Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we bring them up on stage real quick, cut them in half, and let the board stand either behind them or on the side of them, and then we're done, because I know that we're running late. But I wanted to do this time. Cut yourselves in half in the sense of 2 rows, so it's 1 row and a row behind. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
There you go.
And board members, if you don't mind, because we're going to put this on the website, we need you to stand behind them. In fact, central office, why don't you just come? We can all stand behind them.
If you,
That was nice.
yeah. Yes, calm down. I got you. Like for the young people to take a seat for a minute. If you please take a seat for a minute, I believe the board would like to take a minute to address each and every one of you. I want to be the first to say that I'm very proud of each and every one of you. I'm glad to see that you're making an investment in your education as well as in your future. I'm glad to see that not only are you making the investment, that you're also giving back by helping the freshmen who are coming into this building. We appreciate that. We appreciate the fact that you're trying to put a family atmosphere here, a safe environment here. And on behalf of myself and the board, which I will allow them to speak, and I would like to take the time to thank the administration for having the forethought to try to make a change and make a positive image for the beginning of the school year to be carried throughout. So I want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank each and every one of you for stepping up to the plate to be the leaders that we need for today and going forward. Thank you. Mr. Rose, Ms. Sanders, Ms. Hall.
All I can say is wow. You all have really impressed me. I'm an educator. I know how it is, even at that age. I have 2 teenagers. Some of you may know my daughters, Brianna Hall and Brendan Hall, my son, Brendan Hall. I just want to tell you guys, it doesn't stop here. This is just the beginning for all of you. This is just the seed being sown. There's so many of you that you can just look at you and see that you're natural-born leaders. So I want to encourage you to take it even further. Be a mentor outside of school. Be a mentor in other areas of your life. Because when you give, it will definitely come back to you. And I just want to wish all of you the best in all that you decide to do. And thank you so much for what you've done.
Mr. Heisen?
I'm sorry. And let me thank Mr. Rigler finding this program, you know, just even believing in it. And everybody knows in order for a program to be successful, you have to have buy-in on all levels. So I want to thank you as well as Brian Main for doing this for our students and everyone else that was involved with this. Because I know even in education, sometimes you're presented with a new program and you're not sure if it'll work. But I really want to let you all know that I appreciate you even buying into this and being here for the kids.
Mr. Heisen? Ms. Galati? Mr. Heisen?
I just want to say thank you also. I know all the hard work that went into this, and you know, some of you may not know, not only did these students, you know, hop on board and this is an ongoing thing throughout the year, but I think most impressive is they gave up days from their summer vacation and their last days before school started to be fully involved in this program. They have meetings throughout the year, and it didn't just end with the day of, you know, freshman orientation. So I think that's very impressive. And good luck to everybody. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rigler and Mr. Main, Mr. Konecki, and Mrs. Gaffney.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank all of you for making the commitment and taking the first steps for changing the world, because that's exactly what you're going to do. Thank you.
I just wanted to obviously commend all of you, as the other board members have. But for me, I am most impressed because for years I have just envisioned programs that would be student on student, and even parent on parent. I'm still selling that. And you guys have ignited a fire in me, even as a mom, that if you can do this and impress upon your peers that there's power in the numbers, there's power in your passion and your pleasure to serve your fellow student body, I'm so impressed with you. Most times you guys are impressed by the big old grown people, as they say. But tonight, my hat is off to you. I commend you. And as Mrs. Hall said, you know what? This is about community. We have lots of other schools. I know you're busy now, but even after you leave this place, it's people like you that will continue to build this community and our surroundings. So keep up the good work. And Ms. Gaffney, Mr. Konecki, the administration, we just want to just take our hats off to you, because it's one thing to present a program, but if you don't work it, and as you guys have said, ignite it and make it happen, it's just another program. So I commend you for that. Ditto to everything that's been said. But I was very impressed by everybody that came up here to talk. And I mean, this is something that I also have envisioned, that you kids would help yourselves and everyone in the school. And I'm so proud of you guys to
be doing this with the freshmen, and then you really will be paid back in, I don't know, millions, because there will be kids that will say, I knew so-and-so when they were my mentor. So I commend all of you, and thank you, Mr. Riegler, for finding this program. This is really wonderful.
All right, at this point, I'd like to have a motion. Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead, Mr. Ross. No, we'll never do that.
I'd just like to congratulate everybody for a lot of hard work. I know it's very tough sometimes to be a leader out there because you tend to have things thrown at you and the challenges that you bring about to yourselves like that. But when you're in the business environment that I'm in, along with some of the other board members and the adults that are in the audience and stuff, when you have a junior or senior that provides that kind of leadership that you'd like to be an envy, to be able to do those kind of things and stuff. I think that's real commendable and stuff. And every one of you should take these experiences that you're going through right now and bring them in later on in your life, especially in college and when you go further from there. So thank you very much for all your work and continue the good work.
See, that goes to show how much encouragement you've given us all tonight. So thanks again. At this point, I'd like to call for a motion to open up a public hearing regarding the 2010-2011 budget.
And as far as the mentors and the high school staff, you can feel free to leave. I know that you probably don't want to necessarily maybe hear the budget, but you got to go home and study anyway. Thank you once again. All right.
I'll move to open the hearing.
Moved by Mr. Heisel.
Second.
Second by Ms. Sanders. All in favor? All right. Turn this over to Mr. Grossi in a minute. Would you like for us to come down or stay up?
Might as well.
Yeah. Now I'd like to ask the board to move down to the seats.
Okay, we'll get started here. I'm Robert Groos, the Assistant Superintendent for Business. I'm going to take the next 15 minutes or so and just take you through our FY11 annual legal budget, which we typically always do at the September board meeting. To get started, what I'll do is we'll start with FY10. I'll take you through where we ended up for FY10, and which is our starting point for fiscal year 11. This chart shows you, it divides into our two sections. We have operating funds and non-operating funds. On the top half, those are our operating funds. Those are the funds that run the daily operations of the school district. You have your education fund, O&M fund, and transportation fund are your three main funds you see up there. And going from left to right, you can see where the fund balance, which is the total cash and investments that you have saved in the bank to start the year out, and then revenue and expenditures by fund, and then you can see what the surplus or deficit was in each of the funds, and then we do transfers between funds so that at the end of the year you see what your ending balance is there. The key points to look here is you can see in our education fund for FY10 we had a $4.5 million deficit. In O&M, it was a $1 million deficit, and transportation was also a $1 million deficit. So you can see the total operating funds, we had a little bit over of a $6 million deficit. And that's really the key deficit to focus on. And you can see on the bottom, that's basically why last year we at all the board meetings we had to go through all the painful decisions and all the different cuts that we had to make. And pretty much the total cuts that we were aiming for was the $6 million. And this was the reason right here, is because with a structural deficit of $6 million, we had to make some sort of change there. So this was the final version of our budget reduction plan that we went through last year. You can see at the very top where it says FY10, FY11. In FY10, we had $47.9 million of ed fund expenditures. And for FY11, now we have $45 million. So we actually decreased our expenditures in the ed fund by $2.8 million. And if you look in the first section, what you have is we had planned reductions of $6.6 million. That was at all the board meetings, all the resolutions we came up with. We had $6.6 million of cuts that we had identified and put down on paper as our plan for this fiscal year. And throughout the process of the few months of actually implementing those cuts, some of those cuts worked, some of them didn't, and a few things were not reduced as planned, so we ended up with actually cutting $5.6 million of different programs and costs. And then part of that plan, we knew from the beginning that there would be actual, what we called putbacks to the budget, meaning certain programs that we wanted to keep for the next fiscal year, so we had put those back into the budget. We planned, there was about $1 million of planned putbacks, and we stayed at right about $1 million. So you can see in the middle where it says impact to budget, so the actual net cuts year over year, we planned to have $5.5 million, and we ended up cutting about $4.5 million. And so to get to that $2.8 million difference, though, between the 2 years, the last piece that you need to account for are the annual increases. So each year, even if you do nothing, your costs go up every single year. Like, for example, we're in 2 different union collective bargaining agreements with our unions. So, for example, they were scheduled to receive raises for this fiscal year. So we had to give them the raises that they bargained for. Also, there's other items, like you can see in there, health insurance costs are going up. You can see that inflation, the overall prices of things that we purchase each year go up. And we had planned originally that would be about $1.6 million, and it was about $1.7 million of just natural increases that you're going to see every year all the time. So when you add them all up, ideally we would have had a year-over-year change of about $3.9 million, and you can see it's at the $2.8 million, and that's kind of the reconciliation of how we got there. And my last point on this slide is, not to forget in the O&M fund, we also cut $200,000 out of that fund. So that brings us to the fiscal year 11 budget, and this is just the same overall summary of all the different funds here. And you can see that the good news is in our education fund, our deficit is now under $1 million. The O&M fund is also with a deficit of under $1 million. However, transportation fund is now a new problem for the district because with state funding being cut so dramatically, that fund is now almost at a $3 million deficit. So you can see right next to the deficit that we're going to plan on transferring about $3 million out of our working cash reserves to cover the deficit in that fund, as well as $500,000 for O&M and $1 million for education. So we will, you can see that the bottom points, our operating deficit is now $3.9 million as opposed to the $6.1 million from last year. And an important note to look at is our operating deficit is $3.9 million, but and I'll show you on the next slide, if the state were just giving us the funding that we're scheduled to receive, meaning we would get all 4 payments as planned, and they didn't cut programs or cut funding to our programs like they did for this fiscal year, we would actually have a $2.2 million surplus instead of a $3.9 $3.9 million deficit. And I'll show you that on the next slide, how that works out. And the state of Illinois requires that a district completes a deficit reduction plan when you submit your budget if you don't have a balanced budget. So as part of the legal budget, there is a deficit reduction plan that will be filed with the legal budget. So I'm going to take you through the three main revenue assumptions. We have our local revenue, state revenue, and federal revenue. In terms of local revenue, that mostly comes from the local property taxes. So in a fiscal year, you have two tax levies that make up the revenue for the year. So for FY11, you're getting the second half of the 2009 tax levy and the first half of the 2010 tax levy. And that's important to understand because with the 2009 tax levy, you need to remember that that was the levy where EAV had gone down 1%, CPI was at a 1/10 of 1%, and that's significant because typically the way that works is that means that the school district can levy basically whatever they received last year plus whatever CPI is. And when CPI is 1/10 of 1%, that basically means you're just getting the same amount that you got the year before. With the 2010 levy, we don't know what the actual EAV will be yet, but we're predicting that it will actually be a pretty large negative decrease in property values. And we do know that the CPI for the 2010 levy is 2.7%, which will mean an increase in tax revenue for the school district. As well as new property, we know is going to be very low at $3 million. That's typically $14 to $15 million a year of new property will come onto our levy. For this year, we know it's going to be extremely low. We'll be lucky to even get maybe $3 million. But what's significant for the 2010 tax levy is the TIF in University Park is expiring, and that could be worth up to about $33 million of EAV, which will translate to about $1 million of additional revenue for the school district. Now, after local revenue, their next biggest source of revenue is state revenue. And there's a lot of items I could go through here, but basically the main points is the good news is that we do expect to collect all of our general state aid for fiscal year 11. So the general state aid that the state gives our school district based on the foundation formula, all indications are that they will pay those amounts on time, and we're budgeting that we will receive the full $9.2 million that we're supposed to get for FY11. We also expect to finally collect all of the outstanding bills that the state owes us by December 2010. This is what they've communicated to the districts. So we expect to collect about the $2 million that is still outstanding from fiscal year 2010. So that's good news. We'll be caught up for 2010. We'll be getting our general state aid on time. However, the bad news is that for FY11, the state did drastically cut many programs, and they've already communicated that they know they're going to be extremely late with all their payments to the point where we're basically only going to receive one of the 4 scheduled payments that we usually get throughout the year. So that alone translates to a $6.5 million loss to the district because you're missing basically 75% of the FY11 payments. And if you look at the red text going down, basically by only getting the one vouchered state payment for Ed Fund, which would be basically would have been about $3.7 million that we would have received, but now we're only going to get that one payment of a little bit under $1 million, so that's a $2.8 million loss right there. And the big one is with transportation. They cut transportation by 42%, and then on top of that said that they're only going to send one of the 4 payments. So that right there is a $3.3 million loss to the district for fiscal year 11. Now, we might collect it in FY12. It might come in a year late, but for FY11, we're not going to see those funds. So that's where basically I said earlier, if we were receiving all our payments on time, you'd be getting $3.3 million in transportation. You get about $3 million in Ed Fund. All these funds would be coming into the district, and we would actually have a surplus right now. But it's these late payments is why we still are in a deficit budget. And, you know, we could be optimistic that the state will turn around, the economy will bounce back, and the state will get back on schedule with the payments. However, it's not too, it doesn't look like it's very likely that will happen anytime soon. If you look at the state of Illinois for FY11 and look at their overall operating budget, they have $27 billion of revenue this year and $39 billion of expenses. So basically, they have a $12 billion deficit, and that's going to be extremely difficult for them to overcome. The state, the state does not have 37% of they cannot fund 37% of the appropriations that they even put into the FY11 budget. So that means that almost for every $100 that they put into their FY11 budget, $37 of it they don't even physically have the money to send to the different state agencies. So obviously with Illinois, it's really unpredictable, and it depends on several economic and political factors going forward that's going to determine if the state's funding picture will turn around for us. Finally, the third source of revenue that we look at is federal funding, and for FY11, the federal funding is very strong for FY11. We just received the jobs bill. The Crete Monee School District is going to receive $848,000 from that jobs bill, and that's to help us maintain current positions that we have and hire back some new teachers. And we also have leftover stimulus dollars from last year when those grants were started. We have $650,000 for special ed and $110,000 for Title I. So, but it's important to remember that this is a one-time funding source. These are stimulus dollars that are here now, but they'll go away in the future, and they total about $1.6 million that we have in FY11. Other than that, if you see down below, other common federal funding that we receive is the National School Lunch and Breakfast Programs, Title I, special ed, and then other miscellaneous grants that we receive, and those are usually on time and about the same amount each year. So overall, if you look at your revenue, this shows revenue by fund and by whether it's local, state, or federal. So you'll notice that for like the education fund, you have 63% of your dollars come from the local community, about 25% come from the state, and 13% from the federal government. And then you notice that basically all the other funds are 100% funded by local tax dollars, except for transportation, where it's starting to become sort of a 50-50 split between the local community and the state. Typically, that's obviously a lot more heavily funded by the state, but with all these cuts, the local community is being forced to pay for transportation a lot more. So now that we talked about all the revenue sources, in summary for expenditures, the main points that you need to know about are for FY11, the budget obviously reflects the $4.5 million of net cuts that we made. It also includes $700,000 that we budgeted to pay for unemployment costs that will incur as a part of the RIFs that we did at the end of the school year. We're budgeting for about 312 teachers, about 94 teacher assistants, and 250 non-union employees. And you can see off to the right the total salary amounts that we pay to those groups. In addition to that, there's also other significant costs, including substitute teachers, 6 assignments that we pay for teachers to teach an extra class period per day, and then all the various different extra duty stipends, and as well as we need to account for significant health insurance premium increases that we expect to see, and IMRF employer contribution rates are increasing as well, and special education private facility tuition has gone up for FY11, and we're also budgeting to build 2 separate roads this year. We have the Exchange Street project out in front of the high school, and also Will Center Road that the district may start this year or early next year. And so we've budgeted for those dollars. Now, as far as the road construction projects, those are not operating funds. Those come out of a special capital projects fund. However, if those projects do go over budget, if cost overruns come into play, that does start to come out of operating funds because there's only so much money set aside for those roads. So then the breakdown for expenditures looks like this, where you have it by fund, and then the three major categories would be your salaries, benefits, and then just general purchases, whether it's supplies or purchase services. You can see in the education fund, it's a typical breakdown where you have almost a little bit under 80% of your costs coming from salaries and benefits. And then obviously with, you see transportation. With our district, transportation is contracted out, so that's all a purchase service. And with O&M, it's more of an even split between salary and then different purchases that need to be made. So finally, after when you look at the revenues, you look at your expenditures. The last part we need to look at is our different financing assumptions that are in the budget. This comes into play. These are the different transfers between the funds and working cash that we look at. So within our budget, currently as how it's set up, we plan on issuing the remaining $5 million of working cash bonds early this year during the fall. If you remember, last year we authorized to sell $15 million of working cash bonds. We sold $10 million last year, and this is the last portion of that. So this is the $5 million to make up the total $15 million. If we do that, we'll still have to borrow tax anticipation warrants for a short period of time later this year, approximately maybe $3 to $4 million worth. In FY10, we borrowed $7 million. This year, it's a little bit less now because our budget is more in line. So it's, that's going in the right direction, but we still do have to borrow money short term to meet our cash flow needs. And basically throughout the year, we'll be monitoring our budget to make sure everything is in line. And if, depending on if the state maybe pays ahead of time or if they're later than scheduled, we'll be looking at our 5-year forecast as well. And based on all that information, we'll know whether or when to issue tax anticipation warrants and when, and then to have discussions on possible future working cash bonds that we may need to sell next year or beyond that. So in summary, if you look, we're budgeted to end the year with $7.6 million of working cash. And that's after we issue the $5 million that I talked about from the original $15 million authorization. And what we'll do is we'll transfer $4.5 million from working cash to the Ed Fund, and then from the Ed Fund transfer $500,000 to O&M, and then $3 million from the Ed Fund to transportation. And that was that column we looked at where we're just transferring funds between the different education, O&M, and transportation fund. And that's just so that you end the year off with a positive balance in those funds. And this was the slide we had already looked at, where you could see the transfers in the second row from the right, and you can see that we actually begin the year with about $8.3 million fund balance in operating funds, and we should end with a $9.4 million fund balance, which isn't terrible, but it is in terms of you usually want to have about 25% of your expenditures in your fund balance. So obviously we would want it to be a little bit higher than that, but for now this is the best we can do. So with that, if there's any questions, I could answer any questions right now. Otherwise, I'm available to go through more details if you want to see those. Pretty much this is just a high-level summary view of the legal budget that we want to adopt tonight. Any questions? No? Without the $10 million, well, it's pretty easy to tell if we did not sell the $10 million of working cash that we did back in December of 2009. Basically, the math is pretty easy. You could look to see our total operating funds. We're starting the year with $8.3 million. So if you were to take $10 million away from that, we would actually have a negative fund balance, which would mean we'd be starting the year off with literally no money in the bank at all. So obviously the $10 million that we sold was absolutely critical to keeping the budget solvent and having cash flow to pay our bills and to start the year off. And also is the $5 million that we want to sell this year is also critical, because you can see that if we were not to sell it, you would, instead of having $9.5 million at the end of the year, you'd be, ending the year off with, $4.5 million, which is, that's like 1 month's worth of expenditures. Well, we did budget for the state to be about $6 million behind on their payments. So, for example, if they were on time with those, we would be ending the year with a $15 million fund balance, which would be a pretty healthy fund balance. Assuming that they're going to be the 3 payments late, as they've indicated, that puts us at the $9.5 million. And if they're later than that, then it would only make it worse. Right. The that 8.3 includes 3 of the 4 state payments. During the school year, the state sent us 2 payments, and then after the school year had ended, they sent us the 3rd payment in late July. So based on with the accrual accounting that we're on with our budget, we were able to book that receivable into fiscal year 10. And so basically this budget has 3 of those 4 payments being received in FY10, and like I had talked about, that $2 million, that last payment, that is still outstanding, and we expect to get that in December. And that's built into the 11 budget. So at the end, we'll receive all of the FY10 money, but 3/4 of it was in 10, and the last 1/4 of it comes in 11. And we'll always kind of be on that cycle now until the state either catches up or decides just not to send the funding at some point in time. Like, for example, in the 11 budget, we expect to get 1 of the payments, and now 3 of the 4 payments will slide into 12. So every year we'll always have, half of the funding in 1 year, another, and you just got to kind of keep track. And I don't know how long they'll be on that type of schedule. Okay. Thank you.
Viewing audience. I know that some of our viewing audience may feel like we may not have asked enough questions, but we went over this very thoroughly in our finance committee. We've taken the time to chop this up and make sure that we put together the best budget possible for next year. So we have put in the work to make sure that this is the best budget put forward. So you may not be hearing a lot of questions from us tonight. It's because we have done our due diligence to this point. So I do want to share that with the public. So can I have a motion to close the budget hearing presentation?
Move.
Moved by Ms. Coletti, second by Mr. Rose. All in favor?
Aye.
At this point in time, if there are any public comments, we will take them. Take a couple of minutes for public comment. This is a question from Ms. Covington. This is a question.
Good evening, everyone. My question was looking at the budget that you're having and some concerns that I had in the Village of University Park. I stand here as an observer from the League of Women Voters and also very devoted as a citizen. I'd like to know, there's a development going on in University Park as a resource center. And I'd like to know what your buy-in is on it. It's been stated that the 201U district is going to be a part of this resource center. And it's costing us, looking at your budget, I know it won't be a financial obligation, but it's going to cost the village quite a bit of money. And we were wondering, what's your contribution towards this resource IT center?
Okay. First of all, Ms. Covington, Vivian, I was invited by a village manager and president of the board, Sevier, what was that, last week or 2 weeks ago? Last week. To see the preliminary plans for the business center / community center. And so, honest to God, that was the first time that I had seen a formal presentation, and I've already asked my secretary to make a PDF file because I do want to inform the board about it. So they have not really been informed, and I don't know if the board tonight can actually give you a response to it. I had planned on having an open discussion about it at the October meeting because one of the things that the board has been talking about is the idea of a parent center. And what I saw in that tour a week ago was the fact that there's a lot of nice things that we could do together. So in terms of finances, I don't think that the board, and I don't want to speak for the board, so I'll let David or whoever wants to speak to that. I don't believe that the board would be in a position to give any money financially to it, but certainly I think the relationships between the Park District, the partners that you're going to have as far as your Governor State, Prairie State, you know, all the representatives that were there as far as the business entrepreneur incubatorship ideas that were thrown out, plus just some of the parent components that were talked about. I think that is something that is extremely viable both to the community and to the district, and something that I think that we should support in every way that we can, because I think that our parents and our students can benefit greatly from the services that are going to come out of that district. And certainly we can talk about, down the road, having a series of meetings where if we want to do things labor-wise, I think that's what we can donate as far as putting hands to the till to make sure that the ground and the plans, the vision that you have can come to the fruition. I think that we certainly can do that, certainly. I think it's a fantastic idea, what I saw.
And it is, however, I would like to see that plan as well.
Yes.
Because I have not been satisfied with what's happening with it. I speak out on that boldly.
As far as the plan that the village has of it?
Yes.
Okay.
I have not seen a structure. I have not seen a survey. I have not seen a cost factor. I have not seen a lot. I'm not happy about it. I did not vote for it because I don't see anything structured. I haven't seen a preliminary plan. And I appreciate your buying into it. We should all work together with the community and reach out since our TIFs work for the school and taxpayers' dollars work for the school. Yes, that's a good buy-in. However, I just want to know because it was told to us it was already a done deal.
Oh, no.
And now I'm hearing it differently, not only from you, but from others as well. So when you get that plan, maybe we'll get that plan as well.
Wow. Can I just say one thing, Trustee? Can I address you now as Trustee Covington?
Yes.
And then certainly I don't want to cut Dave out, but I do want to say this in defense of the meeting. It was made very clear to us, very clear, that the purpose of the meeting was to be a brainstorming meeting to create a plan. And if I'm wrong, David can correct me, but I think that we were asked to we were given a general vision of what it could be, and then we were asked to give ideas, but I think the plan is forthcoming. So with that said, because I don't want to get into the middle of a lot of things, I'm going to turn it over to President Sevier.
Thank you.
All right.
As of this point, as John stated, it's not in a it's in a preliminary stage. It's not in a stage to share with the Board of Education, nor is it in a stage to where the village can put it out to the public. So at this point in time, it is in its infancy stage, and until we get to that growth point, it will not be ready to share.
Thank you.
Right. And what we were going to share, Vivian, is just strictly the idea with the board. There was no plan to share, but we did want to talk about it in October. Okay.
And I have volunteered to bring Toastmasters to your leadership program.
Oh, thank you. That would be wonderful.
Free.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Vivian, those two ladies over there, Miss Hannigan, you might want to talk to them about introducing Toastmasters. Get connected with the right people.
I have a public comment from Ms. Yolanda Smith.
Hello, Yolanda Smith. Glad to see everybody again after the summer. I just wanted to make sure that when you're going over the budget, that was for the working cash bond, that costs money, right? That's some interest?
Yes. Yes.
So is that included in the deficit?
Yes.
Part of it?
Yes.
Because it's going to cost the
Yes.
district money to borrow.
Yes, it
So we
is.
borrowed 10, now we're going to borrow another 5.
Right. And that's paid back through the debt service fund, which is one of the non-operating funds.
Okay, on that second
It's on the
part?
second area,
Okay.
and that money comes from the local tax levy to pay down all of our bonds, so referendum debt and non-referendum debt, like working cash bonds.
So what's the percentage of, it's like a credit card, right? So is it 23%? Is it 10%
No, well,
cost,
depending
or-
on all the different bonds that we have, they're sold on the market for different rates.
Okay.
And it's not as high. It could range anywhere from 2% up to 6 or 7%, depending on the type of bond it is. and depending on the market conditions. And, you know, we have William Blair that we work with to sell these bonds, and they go out and they try to find us the absolute lowest possible rate that we can get at that time.
Okay, I understand now. So we don't have to pay that back until 2012?
Working cash bonds, we typically pay back over 5 years. Like a construction bond, you pay back over 20 years because it's a much larger dollar amount. So like a mortgage, you'd pay it back over 30 years.
Okay.
Where a working cash bond is maybe more like a car loan where it's a smaller amount, so you want to pay it off sooner. So since we pay it off soon, within 5 years or less, the actual total interest that we pay is much lower because you're not extending it out so long.
So for $10 million, it's going to cost us about $1 million?
I could get back to you on that.
Yeah.
I don't even think it would be that much, but I could look up to see exactly how much interest we'll end up paying back for the $10 million of principal.
Thank you.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Any other public comments?
I have a question, David.
Yes.
The budget, is it published online? Is it something that the public can continue to peruse through?
Yes.
The presentation, first of all, by law, there has to be a notice in the paper 30 days before this meeting, where not only do you have to advertise the hearing tonight, meaning that the public can come and make comments on it, but they can't make comments on something they don't see. So in the notice, you have to put the budget on display as far as at the district office. It's not up online yet, but they can come and actually request a copy of the budget and review it for 30 days and then come to the board meeting and ask questions. The PowerPoint that you saw tonight is online, so if they go on Board Book, they can look at it. And then once the board adopts it tonight, then by law also, when we submit the budget to Illinois State Board of Education, you must post a copy of the legal budget online for the public to see. So we're going to do all those things.
All right, we'll move forward with the business meeting. Can I have a motion for the consent agenda?
Moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Heisel, second by Ms. Coletti. Any questions? Roll call.
Mrs. Coletti?
Aye.
Mrs. Hall?
Aye.
Mr. Heisel?
Aye.
Mr. Rose?
Aye.
Mrs. Sanders?
Aye.
Mr. President?
Aye.
And Secretary, aye.
I would like to take a minute to acknowledge the donations that we received throughout the district. I'd like to thank St. Paul United Church for the school supplies that they gave to Coretta Scott King and also Bill Morrow and throughout the district. And I also would like to thank Mr. Daniel P. Casey for a generous donation of $2,500 to Coretta Scott King. So we'd like to say thank you, and we're always open to donations. Thank you. At this point in time, I'd like to move to the action items. Superintendent's report.
Okay. The first one is something we have to do every year. It's called the application for recognition of schools. I'll just read the paragraph. It says the application for recognition of schools is completed each year by the Board of Education to indicate that the district operates within the guidelines established by the Illinois State Board of Education. Statements cover areas such as the existence of school policies, maintaining records, instructional supervision and certification of staff, health records, and curriculum offerings. Each year, the administration reviews these areas with the regional superintendent's office to determine compliance. So every year, we're given basically a compliance checklist where we have to let the regional office of education know that we have all of the things that are required by law to be in place. One of the interesting things that you need to know is you may say, or the audience may ask the question, well, anybody can fill out anything and turn it in and say you have it on file. What the Regional Office of Education does to make sure that you're not just filling out a checklist and signing off on it is every 4 years they actually come and do a site visit. And we've been notified that this year is our year for our site visit. It's either every 4 years or every 2 years, I can't remember, but they come on an interval basis. It is 4? It's every 4 years. So it's a big thing. It's almost as big as a financial audit. In fact, it may even be bigger because they're here they bring a team of people, they're here for several days, and they go through every record, every policy, everything that you need to have to be in compliance with the law, and I will be giving the board the information on that compliance visit as soon as we get the information. We've just been notified by letter, but there's an informational meeting that we have to attend, and until we get the information, I don't even know exactly when it will be this year. We think it's going to be either in February or March. But when we get the information, we'll forward it to you. But this right here is just something that we have to do every year that's sort of just a checklist. So we would ask that you approve it because it's a form that has to be approved by the board and then forwarded on to the Regional Office of Education.
Can I have a motion for approval of the application for recognition of schools?
Moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Heisel, second by Ms. Sanders. Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Next, Superintendent John, Career Preparation Network.
Last year, we were approached by the Career Preparation Network, and if you may have forgotten who they are, it is a consortium of educational institutes in the South region that comprises of Prairie State College, Bloom Township, Rich Township, Crete, Monee, and Homewood Flossmoor. And it's basically a grant that is given to us by the state of Illinois through some of it federal flow-through money and some of it is state money. But it's for the purpose of having your local community college work with you in terms of getting kids ready or more ready to participate in technical career education programs. And I have to give all the credit in the world to, even though Tom Heisel is on our board, but Tom is the director of the Career Preparation Network, and the work that he's done combined with the new leadership at Prairie State College, which is Dr. Eric Racky and Dr. Nuga is what we call him. It's a very complicated name that he has, trying to pronounce it otherwise. He is the assistant vice president of the college. It's through their work that we were able to get the Prairie State early college program going. We had been asking for something like that for every year I've been the superintendent, but it took new leadership to break barriers and break grounds, and this is a program that does a lot for us. We have dual credit programs in our high school because of it, where kids can earn credit both here for graduation and credit at Prairie State and so on. Now, because the state is behind in their payments, we have to be invoiced now for their services, at least a portion of it. We were paid back last year in the spring, and the CPN network doesn't see any reason why we can't have that happen again this year, meaning we'll have to pay the bill now and then we get reimbursed in the spring. So unless Board Member Heisel wants to add anything to that, my recommendation is that we approve the invoice by the Board of Education.
I don't know if anybody got any questions. Yeah, one thing I can tell you, the invoice is for $9,000 and change, if I'm not mistaken, and it brings in $61,000, and you get the $9,000 back too. So. And if you don't pay it, you don't get any of the money. That's not my idea. That's the state and the federal government.
It is true. So if we don't pay the bill, we're not going to get the $61,000.
Yeah. And I will recuse myself from this vote.
Can I have a motion to approve the invoice for the Career Preparation Network?
Move.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Hall, second by Mr. Rose. Questions? Roll call.
Mrs. Hall?
Aye.
Mr. Heisel's recused. Mr. Rose?
Aye.
Mrs. Sanders?
Aye.
Mrs. Coletti?
Aye.
Mr. President?
Aye.
And Secretary, aye.
Next on the superintendent update is the scope membership renewal.
Yes, last year, if the board remembers, I asked the board to consider being a member of the SCOPE organization, and board member Kimberly Hall was the representative for the board.
Kim
last
Sanders.
Year. I'm sorry, I am so sorry. No, I'm messed up tonight. David can't get your name right sometimes. No, I can't get your name right. Board member Kimberly Sanders. Okay. She was the representative for the Board of Education in this organization. The organization stands for, okay, it's not that funny, okay.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. It stands for the South Cooperative Organization for Public Education, and the reason why I asked the board, we already belong to LUDA, and we have been long-standing members of LUDA, which is the Large Unit District Association, which has also been very beneficial for us as far as information. But this particular organization has proven to me that they're more tied in politically to the state board as well as our state legislators as far as having a voice down in Springfield. Board member Kimberly Sanders came with me to a dinner in the spring where we actually got a chance to hear State Superintendent Cook actually speak to all the superintendents and representatives that were there, and that's when we heard that shoe drop where they said they weren't going to pay the last payments for our categorical funds, both mandated and non-mandated and so on. So tonight I'm asking the board to reapprove this year. We have to pay the full boat of the cost, which is, I think, about close to, this time we only pay $1,500. It's well worth it. And again, we need to ask, I don't want to assume that Board Member Sanders still wants to be the representative. If she wants to be, we'd be more than happy, or I would hope the board would be happy to have her as the representative. But if she does not want to, then we need a representative because there's a couple meetings in the year that they need board members to attend.
You sound like you second that, Nancy.
I nominate Mrs. Sanders.
I heard that real quick.
I'll second the nomination.
Here we have a motion to pay the bills and nominate Ms. Sanders to be the representative.
I'll move to pay the bills too.
And nominate?
Yes, and nominate.
And I'll second.
Moved by Ms. Coletti, second by Mr. Heisel.
Even accepted by me.
Roll call.
Mr. Heisel?
Aye.
Mr. Rose?
Aye.
Mrs. Sanders?
Aye.
Mrs. Coletti?
Aye.
Mrs. Hall?
That's okay.
Mr. President?
Aye.
And Secretary, aye.
All right. Again, on superintendent updates, we have adding staff to some of our buildings.
Yes. I presented this proposal to the Finance Committee first, and they gave tentative approval. They asked for a more detailed documentation. They did understand what it was that I was asking. But so the documentation that I presented tonight was this. First of all, the collective bargaining agreement of the CMEA, which I enclosed one page of it, tells the bargaining members that there are class-size guidelines that the district should try to follow as much as possible. Doesn't mandate that we have to follow it, but we should follow it if we can, because it is in their contract. And it says clearly, which would be page 88, PDF number for you, that kindergarten, average class sizes should be 25, grades 1 through 3 should be 28, and grades 4 through 8 should not exceed 32 as an average. Now, we told the union that class sizes from grades 1 through 3 may go up to 30 and above. So they understand that, but when you have first grade that is almost up to 33, if you look at the next page in your documentation, page 89, this was a letter that was written by union representatives at Crete Elementary to Mrs. Blackman that basically said that we have 33 students each in their classrooms and they're asking for relief by contract. Then the next pages I gave you were all of our elementary schools, because that's where the most overcrowding is, starting on page 90 in your PDF. You do see that Crete Elementary, I highlighted in yellow, has 33 students in the 2 classrooms that they have, and 32 in 5th. I put a check mark by it for a purpose. Monee has 33 kids in every single one of their second grades. I'm only dealing with the yellow highlights now. Talala has 31 in 3rd grade, and so on. The purpose of the recommendation, if you keep scrolling down, there's high school here that's in red based on overcrowded lab classes for science. But the next page, which would be 95 in your PDF, is the letter that we actually received from Representative Halverson that basically tells the board that we are going to receive this $848,000 from the job bill. If you continue to scroll, 96, Illinois School Board sent out a document, a Q&A on the jobs fund, and it clearly says that the purpose of the funds are to either, 1, retain existing employees, 2, recall or rehire former employees, 3, or hire new employees in order to provide early childhood, elementary, secondary, educational related services. Now, we did ask the state board whether we could use all the money just simply to put it against the deficit. And they said that legally you could, but they said you might have some problems down the road if you don't hire back some of your teachers. And so if you go back to the recommendation on page 86, the recommendations are based on where we feel that the primary children in grades pre-K through 3 are the ones that need the most relief, especially as it relates to teaching reading in the developmental grades. And so basically we're asking for 1 teacher per every elementary building, including 1 at ELC, because they have a waiting list of almost 33 families or 33 students that could start the very next day. That one, the Finance Committee did say, because of another financing mechanism as far as federal state funding, they said go ahead and post that and hire, recall that person. So we did that technically without the full board approval because they said to go ahead and do it. But the rest of them, they said don't do it until the board hears this, and that's a 1st grade teacher at Crete, a 1st and a 2nd grade teacher at Monee. And the only reason why we're suggesting 1st at Monee and with the 2nd is because if you lower the 2nd grade by a teacher, which would bring all of their classes to about 24, 25, you'll have 24, 25 in kindergarten and 24 and 25 in 2nd, and you'll have almost 30 in 1st. It just doesn't make any sense. So you need to even, 1st grade out too. And then we want to put a teacher at Talala without stating the grade right now, because even though 3rd grade is the highest one, but the issue there is until we figure out what the choice numbers are going to be, because we did put out the choice letters and we have to do choice placements, we may put it in a lower grade and let 3rd grade stay high, or do something different with special education support. And then last of all, a 5th grade teacher at Balmoral, so there's not an issue that no building didn't get help, at least elementary grades. And then last of all, an aid for the science department at the high school to bring down or to help with some of the labs that need the setup and the breakdown of labs, instead of hiring a teacher to hire an aide. Now what's missing here, I forgot, and I apologize because of ELC, we were given permission that night to do a teacher and an aide. So a teacher and an aide has already technically been called back. But the rest of the list has not, we haven't done any, I don't even think we posted the position. If we did, we didn't hire anybody until the board approves this proposal tonight or not approve it. But we have the money. It's coming from the jobs bill. It doesn't burn up the whole $800,000. We put some of it to the deficit, and we put some of it to recall people to bring class sizes down. And my recommendation tonight is that you do approve this, but if you have questions, feel free. If you don't want to approve it, then that'll be your choice, but that's not my recommendation.
I have a motion to approve the additional staffing recommended by the superintendent.
Moved.
I have a question first.
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Moved by Mr. Heisel, second by Ms. Coletti. Questions?
As far as at Monee, with
Yes.
having two different teachers, have we looked into doing a combination class of with first and second grade?
We are looking more at that as a possibility, maybe at Talala if we absolutely have to, but let's look at the numbers again. I'm bringing it back up. It's page 91. Again, if you look at the first grade numbers, it's 30, 30, and 29. They're only one off from being 30 at an average. So again, like I said, if you add the teacher at second, which was the definite one that we wanted to do, if you divide, basically, that would be let's just say 100, because it's 99 divided by 4. You know, you're about at 25. You're exactly at 25. Kindergarten is, as you see those numbers, 24, 25. So what you would have, and then you have third grade at 25. So you have 4 grade levels that would all be at 25 except for first grade, and so you would have first grade teachers saying, wait a minute, the kids underneath us or the classes underneath us are only 25. The classes above us now at second grade are only at 25, and the third grade is only at 25, and you expect us to teach reading this is the first year it's formally taught. I mean, it's addressed in kindergarten, but I mean, this is the grade you expect them to learn how to read. And yet you're going to ask us to teach that with 30 some odd kids in a classroom with the enrollment going up. So putting the one teacher in there will definitely bring second grade down to 25. We think that just adding a teacher at first is the better solution now rather than to have blended classrooms of first and second. We have tried multi-age in our district in years past, but to do it right, it takes a certain type of training. And to start training people now to do the type of what I would call differentiated instruction appropriately in a blended classroom with 2 different age levels and 2 different grade levels and maybe 2 different curriculums, I think is a bit much without the proper preparation. I'm not saying you couldn't do it. I'm just saying without the preparation, I think you're asking for trouble.
Is that for as far as costs? What do you mean? Are you saying as far as costs, training costs?
No, I'm saying in far as someone being able to absorb all of the information that they need to absorb and do it correctly with just such a short, I mean, the year's already started. And if you say, well, we're going to mix first and second grade up and the curriculums, that's a teacher now that wasn't prepared to teach a different curriculum or an added curriculum, and now they're going to have to plan differently, they're going to have to execute it differently, and I don't know if that's the most fair thing to do at this time. I think if we had planned it with that's the thought, that if we're going to open up sections, that we might open up blended sections, then what we would have done in the summer is we would have had curriculum meetings and trainings to that effect so that we would have teachers that are ready to open up day one or at least quarter one with blended classrooms. But to throw that on them now without that pre-planning and pre-presentation or pre-preparation, I don't think it's a good idea.
Plus, there's a whole piece involved with, you would have had to get parents on board, because I know when they did it at Crete Elementary, 8 or 9 years ago, you had to educate the parents about it, get them to buy into it, get people to volunteer for it. I just think there's no way you could enact something like that now. I agree.
To volunteer for what?
To have your child participate in a blended classroom.
And trust me, it is an education.
Okay, because I've taught it. So I'm trying to figure out I'm not really understanding what the huge barriers are.
Well, again, I'm just
and
saying.
are we looking to, if we're bringing in teachers, are we looking to rehire? Or are we saying new teachers?
There will be some are recalls, like the ELC teacher definitely was a recall. Someone who was on the list that was available. If there are recalled teachers that by law should be recalled, then we would do that. But if we don't have to recall them, it's just going to be a posted position, and then we'll interview for.
So could we not be looking for someone who has that experience?
Well, we'll be looking for people who have the experience in that particular grade level, but we're not going to look for necessarily a person who has experience for a multi-age classroom.
But
because
that's what I was saying, if we decided to do that.
Well, if we decided to do that, then yeah, you would have to look for someone who has multi-age experience, yes. But I would still say to you that the other issue about multi-age is that I don't know if you want to go that direction unless it's something that you want to keep long term. Meaning, don't have a multi-age classroom this year and then next year go back to straight grades again, because the fact is, once you do blend those classrooms, the parents will have a certain degree of expectations, and so will the kids, about who their classmates will be, how that classroom will run. And if you're going to go back to straight grades, I don't see that unless the board wants to have another initiative that, and to make it tonight in one decision without discussion and planning. I think that, again, right now we're talking about a 1-year temporary solution. You have a jobs bill that is only going to be here for 1 year. Next year, unfortunately, we may not have the money, and even if class sizes are up to 30, we may not have the money to reduce class sizes. So my recommendation is, and it is my recommendation, that we keep as much intact as far as the traditional program, the program that we're accustomed to, the program that our teachers, we know that they can deliver, and that we add additional staff appropriately. And that next year, if we want to look at other things such as multi-age blended classrooms or whatever else, we can prepare for that, but I don't think right now we're prepared. That's all I'm saying. Because we really don't have any, like you said, you have the experience, you've done it. We don't really have anyone on staff. If we do, I don't know, a lot of them have left who have the experience, who can take that on immediately and do a good job. That's all I'm saying, is I don't know if we're ready internally. I'm not saying it's not a good idea or that we can't do it. I'm just saying with the players we have, in a sense, on the team now, I don't think we have the experience, and we don't have the people who can deliver and do it well.
I guess part of my frustration is, like you're saying, we don't want to, do something and then next year come back and change it. But to me, it seems like that's what we're doing all the time. And in the process, students are being shifted, students are being changed. These numbers, we knew these numbers were going to be this way. So now it's like, okay, it's a problem. That's my issue. We're constantly going back and forth, and these kids are being moved in the process.
Well, I think what we didn't know, Nakia, is the fact that we were going to get a jobs bill. Because if it wasn't for the jobs bill, and I told this to the Finance Committee, I said politically, this is going to be a very public thing, because your politicians, especially those who want to be reelected if there's a November election, this is going to be very public information that they've delivered money into various districts for the purpose of either recalling people, rehiring people, and so on. So even though technically ISBE did say that we could put all that money technically against the budget, they said really to not hire anybody back is, in a sense, really doing a disservice to the intent of the bill. So I told the board that you do need to recall some of your teachers back. I felt that was the best thing that we ought to do. Our union knows that we have this money, and I don't think that this is ill-planned or capricious. I think it's a matter of we didn't know that we were going to have this money. If we didn't have this money, I don't even think this recommendation would be coming to you tonight. But since we do have it, I think we do need to act on it, and the best way to act on it is to keep it as stable as possible in the realms of what we're accustomed to, in the sense of traditional curriculums and traditional grade formations, and then see what will bring, or what will come of both the budget and the federal funding for next year. And like I said, we can plan for things, but this was something that I don't think anybody could have planned for, because it was talked about in the summer, and actually because it was somewhat combined with the health bill. I personally didn't think it was ever going to get passed, to be honest with you. But it did get passed, and so now we have the money, and we need to do some level of recall.
And I just want to say there's everyone on this board is always concerned about the education of the student. We're really concerned when it affects us at the elementary level. As we know, that is the foundation that's being built. But I do want to read this statement that's in here that says the issue, according to the CMEA contract, the CMEA can request consideration of the board to add staff to relieve overcrowded classrooms. We're in the process of getting ready to approve this, and I want CMEA to hear that we are accepting and giving consideration to make things better for the students in this district. So I want to make sure that they do get that message.
They will definitely get that message, because it will be put in writing, not in the next FYI that's going out to the staff is either tomorrow or Wednesday, and it deals with some issues internally about initiatives. But the following week, we will definitely let the staff know that the board, despite some of the things that happened last year, which we won't go into, is still about the kids, and that recognizes the need that developmentally we need to put some assistance in certain places if we have the funds available. So again, kudos to the leadership on the board.
Roll call. If there are no other questions, roll call.
Mr. Rose?
Aye.
Mrs. Sanders?
Aye.
Mrs. Coletti?
Aye.
Mrs. Hall?
Aye.
Mr. Heisel?
Aye.
Mr. President?
Aye.
Secretary? Aye.
Another administrative update, updating board policies.
Okay, here we go. All right, under the consent agenda, we approved, and we said this at the last board meeting, that the board policy committee will be working now as a viable committee for many years to come. I think it's equal with any other committee that the board has as in importance, because policy is what governs the district. So to me, it's just as important as finance and personnel. Because we don't have the time to literally go through every single policy that we give an overview to or that we adjust, that we said that the ones that we felt that were more minor in nature would probably just go under the consent agenda, unless that you had issues with anything. You're invited, obviously, to come to the meetings or send your email comments to those committee members or myself or the president. But there are a few that we feel need to be pulled out and at least go over with the board and have a discussion before you approve it, especially if we think that the policy is sort of radical in its impact. So, well, some is not so much radical, it's just, it might be really new information. And so there are 4 policies tonight that we want you to look at. The first one is policy 2250, which you just need to understand this. In the, oh, where is it? Hold on just a second. I'm sorry. Just give me a minute because it's
100.
okay. In the first paragraph under Freedom of Information Officer, the very last sentence says, the superintendent or designee, which in this case is going to be Assistant Superintendent Elrod, shall report any FOIA request and the status of the district's response to the board at each regular board meeting. So this is policy, again, to make sure that our governance is always transparent with the public, that if there is a Freedom of Information request, that not only do we act on it according to the law in a timely manner, but it's also reported to the board what the request was and how it was handled. And that is suggested by the Illinois Association of School Boards, not because it's a law that we have to do it, but because it's just good practice as far as being transparent. So that's really the only thing that we want to bring to your attention about this one, is that from here on out, Superintendent or Assistant Superintendent Elrod will be bringing board reports occasionally as we receive Freedom of Information requests, just to simply let you know what the request was and how it was handled. And if you have any questions about that request, you can talk to Assistant Superintendent Elrod at that time. The next one that we want to give you, actually I want to skip to another easy one before I deal with these other two, and that's policy 7200, which also deals with a area of Assistant Superintendent Elrod. And basically what it is number 3. It says any suspension shall be reported immediately to the student's parent/guardians. A written notice of the suspension shall state the reasons for the suspension, including any school rule that was violated, and a notice to the parents/guardians of their right to review of the suspension. Old language, which was actually school code, says that a copy of a notice shall be given to the Board of Education, which actually, to be real honest with you, I didn't know that by law the board was supposed to receive a copy of any suspension notice. So anytime a school or a child is put out of school, even for a suspension, not an expulsion, a suspension, the board was supposed to at least be notified of it. Unfortunately, we were not doing that, but we are going to follow the policy now and the law, which says that the Board of Education must be given a summary of notice, including the reason for suspension and the suspension length, which means this. What we agreed to in the policy committee is that Assistant Superintendent Elrod will, again, prepare a report at least minimally annually or semi-annually, but I think we agreed to quarterly, unless the board tells us after a year. They don't want to be updated that soon. That would just basically not be the details, but just be a summary of we've had X amount of suspensions in our district in the first quarter of school, sort of like a business report. Just like you get quarterly financial statements, you're going to get quarterly discipline statements that states how many suspensions and in what categories. And for Assistant Superintendent Elrod, that will be an easy report to produce because you can produce it right out of Swiss. You don't need names because we couldn't produce names legally at a board meeting anyway. It'll just be a summary of how many suspensions only, and in what categories. And if you want to, we can even give it to you by school. So we could tell you in the high school it's X amount of suspensions, X for fighting, X for this, X for that, and then just go down the schools. And really it's just going to be an information report. If you want to ask questions, you can, but this gives the board a chance to give voice into climate. And just like tonight, you saw a very great opening for the high school. I'm telling you, there's things like this that are going on in all of our schools, but especially the high school is what we've been concerned about the last couple of years. And I would certainly say they're on the right track, definitely on the right track. I'm so proud of what they've done this year, and they got plenty of plans to keep the ball rolling. So that's that report. And then the last two, and then I'll let you respond to all of it or however you want to choose. Let's go up to, I'm trying to do all the easy ones first. Let's go to 7:30, student assignment. With all of this class size issue and overcrowding and everything else, the board has always had the right to close enrollments down at a school and force transfers to other schools if the board feels that a certain grade level or a certain section within a school is overcrowded, meaning that, let me give you a clear example of why a board would want to use this authority. Let's say that at Crete Elementary, I'm just using Crete, you have 35 kids in a classroom at 5th grade. But at Monee Elementary, you only have 21 students in 5th grade in each classroom. Well, even if you live in the attendance zone of Crete and you're a 5th grader, why would you make that class go up to 36, 37, 38 kids in a classroom when the board has the power to shut the enrollment down in that school and say, at least for 1 year, you will have to be, we're not going to accept any more enrollment, so it's no, you don't have that issue of I'm pulling them out when they've already been accustomed to the teacher. You set a limit, and then the registrar is informed, again through student affairs, that we have reached the limit, so when that parent comes in the middle of the year, if they choose to enroll in this district, they're already told at the moment of registration, enrollment at that school at that grade level is closed. And if you're going to attend school in our district, you're going to have to attend it at a school outside of your attendance zone. We will provide transportation. It's for 1 year only. The guidelines that we suggest that we follow for that as far as what determines open or closed enrollment is what we determine either by contract with our collective bargaining agreements, which we've seen a sample of that tonight, or if the board imposes a limitation such as we're going to go higher, such as 30, 33, that can be done. Right now we're using the range of 30 to 33 before we consider closing any enrollments. The new language is in red and it's just real clear about what the board's powers are. It says the Board of Education has the right to close enrollment at a school, grade level, or a classroom to prevent overcrowding of classrooms. Once enrollment at a school, grade level, or classroom has been closed, families who enroll in the district after enrollment has been closed will be assigned to another school, grade, and classroom outside of their attendance zone. The district will provide transportation to the school where the child has been assigned, and if the school is more than 1.5 miles away from their place of residency, assignment of students that are outside of their attendance zone will be until the remainder of that school year. The child will return to the school within their attendance zone the following year. And the reason why you want to have that last clause is because we have had documented cases in the past that when, I know this sounds unbelievable, but trust me, this has happened. We have had parents who don't want to go to a certain school in their attendance zone, and they'll wait to register late on purpose, hoping that something like this would be enacted where they'll be shipped to a school that they think is better than the school in their attendance zone. And then when they get there, they think, I can keep my child here for the rest of his career, and it's outside of their attendance zone, and you don't want that sort of game to be played either. So all this policy does is just make it very clear that you do have this authority, and I think that it's important to have clear language now, especially now since we may be faced with classrooms that are going to go up to some sizes like 30, 33, 34, 35, And once we do decide that enough is enough, that there's another place that you could put that child that has a lesser enrollment, that we exercise that authority so that we don't have one school that has 40 kids in a classroom and another school that only has 28 kids in a classroom. I think we need to look at it district-wide and balance that. This one I will stop and say, are there any questions on any of the three that I have presented to you tonight before we deal with the fee issue?
On this one, just as a devil's advocate, you may want to put in there, except for Coretta Scott King.
I agree. So we'll add that line that this is not applicable to Coretta Scott King. That's what the sentence will just read. It'll be one last sentence that will just simply say, this policy in terms of closed enrollments, well, let's put it this way, transferring kids is not applicable to Coretta Scott King. Because technically they do have an enrollment cap. That's in the policy, but they don't have this transfer issue. So any questions on the three policies? Okay. Let's deal with the last one, school fees. This one is policy 4140. Here's the issue in a nutshell. Some of it, I mean, I know that this is not a good print message I'm looking at. I mean, you can barely read this, but it's, okay. Well, I don't have to read it. I can tell you what it is. There's a couple changes, but here's the one that is the most important one, and it is under the verification process. Basically, it says that, well, let me back up. Right now, waivers are granted to families if they qualify for the National School Lunch or Breakfast Program. And here's what you need to understand about that qualification, is that we do not check or verify that they really are low income. What happens on the National Lunch School Breakfast Program is that they are required by law to pull 3% of their total amount of applications randomly after October 1st and do a verification process. In fact, the federal government tells them that they cannot verify any more than 3% of the applications randomly. And when I asked our director why is that, it is because the philosophy of the federal government really is that they really don't want to knock people out of the program. They really want to provide anyone who signs up for it, they want them to be fed. They understand that some people may bilk the system, some people may try to, manipulate the system, but they're willing to deal with that margin of error as long as they have some sort of verification process, and it's up to 3%. What the Illinois Association of School Boards is telling us, and I checked this with our attorney to make sure that it was true, is that the district, though, still holds the right for the waiver process to verify the income. And you can verify it beyond the 3% threshold, which means simply this. You could say that anyone who applies for the National School Lunch Program, if they qualify for it, they qualify for it. But you don't have to give the waiver to everyone who applies or qualifies without asking for verification. If you choose to say that if they qualify for the lunch program, they can put anything down and they may never be verified, 97% are never checked. And if that's what the board wants to do, that's what we do now. And if you want to continue to do that, then we will withdraw this policy tonight. In fact, we're going to have to change it. Well, we won't have to change it because I think what we have on record now doesn't require that we verify anything. If you approve this policy tonight, what it means is that next year we won't implement it until next year at registration. When they fill out the waiver form, we can ask for verification of income. Now, you can't exceed the national criteria for the food lunch. So if it takes, and I'm just making up a number, if you make $25,000 a year with 4 children and that qualifies you for free and reduced lunch, you can't exceed those thresholds that the government set up. The only thing that this policy allows you to do is simply check to make sure that what they say that they are in terms of income is true. Now, this policy also says in the second page, I believe, that if they are things like homeless, or it's in the first page, homeless, that they have a what's called a TAN card, and there's a couple other things that are easy to verify, then that is the verification. But if they're not homeless, they don't have a food assistance program and this other program that they listed in the policy, and the only termination that they're listing as to why they believe that they qualify is because of their income, you can ask for some sort of income verification. So that's very different from the practice that we have had in the past. The policy committee did recommend that this goes to the board with a recommendation. You will see the one word that's key under verification. The superintendent or designee shall establish a process for determining a student's eligibility for a waiver of fees in accordance with state law requirements. The superintendent or designee, which in this case would be Assistant Superintendent Elrod. So there's 3 policies tonight that deal with Assistant Superintendent Elrod. It's good for you.
Yeah, it is good.
But it says that the superintendent or designee will require, not may, will require family income verification at the time an individual applies for a fee waiver, and any time thereafter, but not more often than once every 60 calendar days. I think you only need to verify it once. The law allows you to check it periodically throughout the year. You could ask for verification at several times during the year. I don't think, first of all, we have the manpower to do that. And second of all, I just don't think we need to get into that. But I do think at the time of registration, you can ask for verification. Now, what we would have to do is be clear on what constitutes verification, whether it's a check stub or a U.S. federal tax return or whatever. Our attorneys would advise us on that. And if they don't have it at the time of registration, it's not that you're saying that the fees won't be waived. You're just saying that they will be waived when verification is done. Otherwise, when they produce the evidence that they qualify. So the question may come up, well, then what would you do if someone says that they qualify but can't produce the verification? You simply still allow them to go in school. You cannot ban anyone legally from entering into a school because of lack of payment, but you can put them on a payment plan, or you can bill them for the fees until they can prove verification. So what you would tell them is, we're going to let you in, but we're going to invoice you for, the fees until you can prove, that you qualify for the waiver. And that's what it is in a nutshell. So that's what we're asking for. The policy committee recommended this. I'm recommending this. And if the board would like to discuss it, or Kim or Mary would like to add anything to it, feel free. But this, out of all the ones tonight, this may be the most controversial one public-wise, because it's not what we do now. But I do think we need to start verifying income because we have evidence. Well, we have an opinion that everyone who sometimes fills out the form may need to prove it because we don't want to set up a system where people are just trying to dodge paying fees. That's it, and the bottom line. I don't want to make accusatory statements. I just want to say we need to verify it just to make sure that we have a verification process in place.
John, I only wanted to say one thing, if you don't mind. I definitely support the initiative, and we did in committee, because for myself, I thought that we would cover more people actually who might actually be needy or who need more assistance. So ultimately, we talked about individuals who, some people just sign forms traditionally. But if you have this opportunity for others, for a wider variety of individuals who all it is provide the necessary documentation that says that you are. And I thought about it even since the committee meeting. When you talk about, and I can only speak for myself, you talk about need, and I think we said it in the committee that we have a lot of people struggling in today's economy. So we might have, and you didn't describe that specifically, the old standard where the government just gives a certain percentage and a certain group of people get plucked out. Well, I'm thinking that not all the people who actually can benefit from the waiver plus the reduced lunch services are getting the privilege, or I don't know what you would call it, but are getting the opportunity to benefit from this program. So I think this way we reach, it was my understanding, we reach more individuals who may actually benefit more from these programs. Yes, it's obviously, as with anything, the government requires, there's a lot of places that require us to be a little more invasive, but I think we don't want to be accusatory, but there are people who do abuse the system. I mean, if no one's checking, who's policing the action? So I don't think we want to be the police, but we certainly want to, especially in this economy, if somebody needs it, they should have the opportunity to have it. So I just thought that from the information that we were shown, it would benefit, to me, even the district, to serve more than, how do I say it, but more than just common day, everyday practice. What we've been doing is what was good for in the past, but again, we're dealing with rough times, rough situations for a lot more people than we have in the past.
Can I have a motion to approve the 4 policies before us?
Move question.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Hall, second by Mr. Heisel. Questions?
Sorry. John, you were saying, like, how would you verify, and what would be, what would constitute verification? If somebody says they don't have a job, how are you proving that, they don't have a job? Or is this going to require more labor, for us who would be actually, doing the verifications and things like that?
Actually, I think there's 2 levels here, because you may be alluding to that eligibility criteria. I think, again, this part of it, first of all, I want to assure the board that this is this is too high stakes to do this incorrectly. And so at this point, I think the policy committee was willing to allow this policy to go forward and at least be discussed by the board and hopefully even approved by the board, with the caveat that this issue of how verification is going to happen would be brought to the board at a later time in terms of an actual procedure. Because, as I said, I think our attorney is going to have to advise us on this one, because the policy itself does not outline a procedure. It clearly says that the superintendent will establish a process or a procedure, but the procedure is not written yet. So I think that, number one, we would have to ask our attorney about what it is that we would request that's legal in terms of income verification. And the ones ahead of it, actually, Nakia, we have done based on just pure faith, trust in human beings, because sometimes you know that some of these things happen through other sources, but it says that we can consider giving waivers based on illness in the family, unusual expenses such as a fire, flood, storm damage, etc., unemployment, emergency situation, or when one or more of the parent or guardians are involved in a work stoppage. Actually, these things, when we have had, and we do this now, when parents have come to us with one of these situations, usually we don't necessarily say, well, we're not going to give it to you unless you have proof, but they come to us anyway with the proof. If someone's in the hospital, they show us either bills or whatever. If they've been burnt out in a fire, they show us different things. Unemployment, you can show your unemployment insurance claims and so on. And like I said, we walk a very delicate line with this because, especially if it's, maybe some families long-standing in the community that we know. Some of this is we just take it by faith that they're giving us their word. But in terms of the verification of income, that I think we're going to wait on our attorneys to advise us on that. But those bullets ahead, those are sort of just private meetings, and we pretty much accept it for face value. And we tell them, when you feel that you have come out of your dilemma, please let us know. That may be a year away. It may not be until the following year when they come back and they say, on their own, we're ready now that we can pay our fees or at least be on a payment plan. So we do that now as far as those bullets ahead of it without asking for a lot of hard rock evidence. If there's some reason why we think that we need some sort of verification, we'll ask for it, especially if it's maybe somebody that we don't know as well, as far as have a history with.
And these all will come through George's office? Because now
Georgia sometimes deal with these personally. The registrars are trained. Sometimes they ask for appointments with their principals. But right now it mainly comes through food service or
the
through...
The principals don't do it?
The principals can. Food service generally, because of the federal guidelines that are associated with free and reduced waivers, so on and so forth. They pretty much have the process like when we're doing registration. So that anybody needs a fee waiver or needs to put on a payment plan, those are two different things. The payment plan, they can go right to the registrar and get a payment plan. If they want a fee waiver, that has to be channeled through Beth Proctor and the food service.
And some of those stories are told, like I said, in a very private setting to one person without a crowd around at registration. Because even the fee waiver thing with just lunch, that's not, we don't waive it in front of people. This person is, you know what I'm saying? We don't do that. So if it's a little booth, it's private, it's one-on-one, and if they care to tell some of this, in fact, some of the reasons why they have to apply for it is because of these very situations. They flat out, the reason why I have to apply this year is because I am unemployed, and they show whatever they need to show at that moment because they are, or someone is deathly ill in the family or whatever. Hospital bills have piled up and so on.
I want to say it's written somewhere that the principals handled this issue, and I know some people who will not apply because they feel like certain people will know.
Well, when I say when I'm telling a story that I know that some people have approached principals for maybe just the opposite reason. They feel like they want to start there because this is someone who's been dealing with their family, knows them very well, and the principal, though, doesn't have the power to grant any of these. What the principal does when they hear the story, if that's the way the parent chose to start this conversation, sometimes they'll call even before registration and say, look, I'm in a bind. Can I come in and talk to you? And then they tell the story. But where they are eventually recommended to is a department that Georgia controls, at least during registration, is they'll go to a member of his team or they go to food service. And that's where they're actually serviced.
Yeah, we're talking about verification for a waiver only, or just the waiver, not the actual food service application?
Well, see, right now it's both, meaning that if you're approved for the National School Lunch Program, you automatically get the waiver. So they're synonymous the way it is right now. That's why you go to food service, because if you get past that in terms of eligibility, then you just automatically get the fee waiver as far as, waived books and locker fees and all that other kind of stuff, or locks, gym uniforms and things of that nature. All right.
Is there any estimate that you can give about how much extra work this is going to give to the staff because of that? I mean, we weren't checking anybody previously except for randomness, and now you're going to check every one of them. So I think that somehow the labor in order to do the paperwork and manage that paperwork and stuff is going to be a lot more than expected.
Yeah, we're going to bring all of that. This is my hope, that in the spring of this year, we will bring to you a procedure that would have to be approved by the board. Because again, this, like I said, this affects too many people. This is our entire community, every family that comes to us. So this procedure has to be right. And the reason why it has to be right is because when we go into registration next year, and if we get complaints because either it's not working or whatever else, the board has to have stood behind it, at least on paper, that this is what we agreed to, this is what we expect as far as the deployment, and we'll have those cost figures that if we're going to have more people to handle this, we'll have all that information for you. Right now, I think that we can handle it. Otherwise, I would not have even presented this to you. But actually, I think it's going to work both ways, just like Kim's Board Member Sanders said, and that's this: that one, those people who really need the service will have a better opportunity to get the service because the information is going to be that much clearer about it, and those that might not qualify the service won't probably qualify and will have more opportunity to capture more revenue. And so whatever expense that we may incur, I think what we'll gain, hopefully, in more revenue may balance the two or actually exceed one thing over the other. All right.
John, just one little caveat. I thought about, since we've been sitting here, is the only thing that I would have a issue with is if we don't somehow make it clear, because you brought up a point about privacy. And so if you say George's office, let's say it goes from the principal's office, I just want to be sure that somewhere it's clear to personnel and all individuals that we shouldn't hear about individuals because, as a person who has gone to registration, I deliberately cover it's the people who register you live in the community. So I want them having my mortgage bills, this, that, and the other. And it's been, I've experienced it where I've seen people talking. So I just want to be clear that when we start getting this information, that we have the right people accessing it, and there's some training or something that says this is not something that's discussed. I mean, I don't even know if that would be included under some of the HIPAA policies, but this is a no-no that we shouldn't be talking about individuals.
I couldn't agree with you more, and more we're seeing the evidence and the need to constantly not only remind, but for sure this would be an added layer in the training. I can assure you that the registrars are trained. I saw the training binder this year. It was very well done. I mean, hardly a stone not unturned. Does it mean that we can still add things to it? Certainly, especially if you're changing things. But it would certainly be something that would be added as far as what the end procedure is going to be, and that issue of confidentiality is the utmost important. Because if that gets out, that basically if you come and show your income and then your income ends up out on the street, so to speak, I mean, shame on us as a district. But that just, God willing, is not going to happen.
Any other questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
All right. Policies passed. To approve all the policies.
You want to do it one at a time?
It passed. Okay, thank you very much. Move on to action reports, business, consideration of resolution, authorization, issues of working cash.
Okay, this board report is in response to what we discussed at our September Finance Committee meeting. Elizabeth Hennessy from William Blair came and discussed different financing options to the Finance Committee, and what this board report is saying is this is a consideration of resolution of intent to issue up to $15 million working cash bonds. The issue here is consideration of intent to issue the working cash bonds up to $15 million. Our supporting data is the attached resolution of intent, which authorizes an amount not to exceed $15 million working cash fund bonds. This $15 million authorization will be valid for 3 years, and the district would then have the authority to sell working cash bonds not to exceed $15 million on an as-needed basis. Once this is approved by the board, or if it's approved by the board, the notice of intent is published in a local newspaper beginning the 30-day petition period, and then a public hearing on the issue will also be required. And our recommendation is a motion to approve a resolution declaring the intention to issue up to $15 million working cash bonds and directing that the notice of such intention will be published in a manner provided by law. And then if you have questions regarding this $15 million working cash.
Can I get a motion for the resolution?
Moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Heisel, second by Mr. Rose. Questions?
I think what everybody needs to understand is that the working cash bonds will not be sold unless they're absolutely needed. But the reality is the situation the state's in right now, there are many of the fiscal year 11 funding sources that come from the state. We've already been told do not expect any funds until fiscal year 12, which means that 6 months from now we could be in really bad shape and simply run out of money. The selling of the bonds will be done as needed only, and it will help us not only get through the year, but hopefully start off next year in a little better shape. We may know more of what's going to happen by January because the legislature will go back into session 3 days after the election. But we still won't see any monies from the General Assembly unless they borrow and enough money to make fiscal year 11 payments on time for at least 2 years because it'll have to be through taxes.
Any other questions or comment?
Notice in the paper, and what paper is it?
We published in the Southtown Star, and the notice will go out, if it's approved tonight, this notice will be posted, I'm not sure the exact day, but it's within a few days of this meeting. And then basically, because there needs to be a 30-day time period that it's posted in the paper. Because the following board report here would be, you'll see that if we move forward on this, we'll declare a public hearing for next October.
Any other questions?
I think it just needs, again, Tom said it, but to be very clear to the public, the board absolutely has no intent at all of selling any more working cash bonds, but this is a backup plan that if the condition of the state gets any worse, which we saw tonight with the budget, they're already 9 months behind in being able to pay us. It may actually get to a year, unfortunately, which basically will be living on last year's revenue and waiting for this year's fiscal year's revenue may not show up until next September. So if we're going to continue to have those kinds of issues from the state, we're going to have cash flow issues. And the only way that we're going to survive is that we're going to have to borrow if we're forced to do that, if we're forced to do that. And so it's just a backup. It's like buying an insurance policy, that if you have to use it, then you'll use it. If you don't have to use it, you won't use it. And most insurance, you don't use it unless there's a need to use it. You're either sick or unfortunately you passed away, and that's usually when you use insurance, depending on what type of insurance you're talking about.
Any other questions? Roll call.
Mrs. Sanders?
Aye.
Mrs. Coletti?
Aye.
Mrs. Hall?
Aye.
Mr. Heisel?
Aye.
Mr. Rose?
Aye.
Mr. President?
Aye.
And Secretary, aye.
All right. Can I have a motion to declare an order calling a public hearing concerning the intent to sell the $15 million working cash fund?
Moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Heisel, second by Ms. Coletti. Questions? Or this is only to set the public hearing date for October 18th at 7 p.m. Any questions? Roll call.
Mrs. Coletti?
Aye.
Mrs. Hall? Mr. Heisel?
Aye.
Mr. Rose?
Aye.
Mrs. Sanders?
Aye.
Mr. President?
Aye.
Secretary, aye.
Okay. Can I get a motion to adopt the fiscal year 2010-2011 budget?
Moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Heisel, second by Ms. Coletti. Questions? Roll call.
Mrs. Hall?
Aye.
Mr. Heisel?
Aye.
Mr. Rose?
Aye.
Mrs. Sanders?
Aye.
Mrs. Coletti?
Aye.
Mr. President?
Aye.
And Secretary, aye.
Mr. President, could I respectfully ask that all the board members make sure to sign that document, please, before they leave this evening?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the
Thank you.
budget? Is that the budget?
Yes, ma'am. I will make sure that happens. All right, then we have administrative updates, curriculum. You need a 5-minute break?
Yeah.
All right,
Let's take a
we'll take
5-minute break. 5-minute break.
We want a 5 break.
Okay.
do you want to do? Make sure you speak into the microphone. Well, here, take this like this. And then, so you can do it that way too. Okay. Now, which way do you want to go? Make sure it's fast and quick. Like ski, like Evelyn Wood.
Are we Okay, are we re-adjourned here? All right. Now that everybody's awake, save the best for last. Okay, tonight's academic report we're going to give to you in basically 4 sections. The first one, we're going to review terms to make sure everybody understands all the educational lingo that we're throwing out there. The next section, we'll talk about school and district AYP reports for ISAT and PSAE. And then I'm going to turn the presentation over to Mike Dugan, and he's going to do the second 2 sections where we're going to talk about the district EPAS data, Explore Plan ACT. And then the last section, our data disaggregation and analysis, is really a section where I think this year we've really managed to quantify some of the key factors that we've been talking about over the last couple of years that are impacting student achievement, and we're going to show you some data on that. So the first thing are the definitions of terms, and these are the ones that we use every year. The first one probably is the most important one, which is adequate yearly progress, or what we call AYP. And basically it's the percentage of students who meet state standards in reading and math on ISAT and PSAE each year. It is a percentage that increases by 7.5% each year. It's a constant interval. This last year, AYP was 77.5%, so we wanted 77.5% of our students to meet or exceed state standards on ISAT and PSAE. This coming spring, the 7.5% increase means it will be at 85%. It is calculated for all tested students and as well as our subgroups, and we'll define subgroups for you in a minute. The next term that we would like for you to understand is called confidence interval, and this is basically a statistical term. It really means that there's a margin of error in the scores, and it applies to our all group and our subgroups when they have less than 77.5% meeting or exceeding state standards. And I'll give you an example. We put one up here for you, Monee. When we get to the data, you will see that for Monee, their reading group of all, which means all of the tested students in the building for 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, they got to 76.7%. They didn't hit that 77.5% target, but statistically, because you were talking about a group of students probably in the 300 student range, it's basically there could be some error in the scores, so they allowed them to make AYP even though they were slightly below the 77.5% target. The next term is the term of subgroup, and what the state and the federal government do is they define a group that it's a demographic group, and it has to have a minimum of 45 students. So a subgroup does not exist until you get to 45 students. And this year we had a couple of demographic groups that just made the 45 students and created new subgroups for us. And the final term is one of our favorites, I think. It's safe harbor. And this term only applies to our subgroups. It never applies to the all group. It's a growth measure, and it really answers the question, okay, we made growth, but maybe we didn't make 7.5% growth last year. Maybe we only make 5% growth. So what they've done is say, okay, well, we'll look at your subgroup growth, and what it is a 10% reduction in the percentage of students in the subgroup who didn't meet. So the example is, if we had 60% of our students make AYP and 40% did not, we want to take that 40% that did not and reduce it by 10%. A 10% reduction would be 4%. So our not meeting group would go down to 36% the following year, and that 4% would be added to the group that did make AYP, which was 60%. So if you add the 4% to the 60%, 64% is the new safe harbor target for the following year's test. Because if you have a group that where only 60% of the students are making AYP, and the AYP target is 77.5%, the chance of that group getting to 77.5% is probably not very likely. So they're giving you a way to calculate a growth measure. Here is the chart for the equal steps model for AYP. You can see down here in, and I know I have a red thing, and it's working, but it's not working. We started in 03 down here in the at 40%. That was the AYP target, and they allowed us to have that for 2 years, 03 and 04. There we go. And then we jumped 7.5% to 47.5%, and we stayed there for 2 years, for 2005, 2006. And then in 2006, we started a very steep incline, racing to 100%. Every year it's gone up. In 2008, it was at 70%. Last year, it was at 77.5%. For this spring, it will be at 85%. And then the following 2 years, we're going to level off here at 92%. And then in 2014, the goal for No Child Left Behind is to have all of our students making AYP. So you can see where we're at. We did go back and check some statistics, and actually for every single year except for this past year where we were at, there it is, 77.5%. Every single one of these years, our district, for all of our tested students, exceeded the AYP percentage. Obviously down here we exceeded it by a lot more than we did up here, and we were just slightly under the 77.5% in reading and math for last year. So we're going to move on to those AYP reports for our district and our schools. There's a lot of information on these charts, but I'm going to walk you through. One of the things that I think is important to note is here's our all group, and these are all of our tested students, grades 3 through 8 plus grade 11. Then they break our students into these demographic subgroups. You can see the numbers that are in each group of students that we have, the raw numbers. And then the way the chart reads, here was our AYP target of 77.5%. The year before it was at 70, and what we've given you is the percentage of students who met or exceeded state standards for each one of those subgroups. If they had a safe harbor target, the subgroups, remember there is no safe harbor for all. It only applies to subgroups, and you have to have had a subgroup for 2 years. You can see whether that performance here in 2010 met AYP or did not, and here's the change from 09. Anything in green indicates positive growth. One of the things here you can see is that here's an example right here of this confidence interval, and right here for our Hispanic and our multiracial groups didn't quite get to 77.5, but they said we made AYP anyway. That's the confidence interval. This just hit the target. Even though it went down, you'll notice it was a slight decrease. And remember, a 1% decrease in a group of 600 students is about 6 students. So it's I think the raw numbers are important because sometimes we're only talking about a handful of students. You can see here reading achievement is always lower than math achievement. That's just a nationwide trend. Student scores, too, another thing to note. Students' scores count for every subgroup that they belong to. So if you have a student who is, I'm going to make this up, let's say we have a Hispanic student who is economically disadvantaged, which means they're on free and reduced lunch, who is receiving special education services, means they would fall into the students with disabilities category. That student score would count for the multiracial group, the students with disabilities group, the economically disadvantaged group, and the all group. So their score counts in for 4 different groups, which I think is a really important thing, because some scores then count more than others. And then when you look at the math here, you can see our math achievement. We just missed, we were at 74.3 for math. Again, there is no safe harbor for the all, so you have to reach the 77.5% target. We did get growth. We had 3% growth. But again, based on whether or not the confidence interval applies, we did not make AYP for all of our students. But you can see our scores for math are higher. And I'm having a little trouble seeing what's down there. But I think the other one is students with disabilities is the other group that did not make it. So all of our other subgroups did make AYP in math. Now I'm going to take you through each of our buildings. Again, you can look through this as I'm talking. Just a couple of things to point out. This is Balmoral's Caucasian group. They made AYP even though they dropped, but they got, because of the confidence interval, they made AYP at 73.2%. Here's an example. Their African American group in reading. Here's an example of both safe harbor. They had a safe harbor target. They made 1.4% growth. They didn't make the safe harbor target, but because of the confidence interval, they made AYP. It's all very, it's not very clear. I guess this is a good way to put it. And then in math, again, their math achievement is in the 80s. They do have students with disabilities, which is down the bottom here. Half of their students with disabilities met AYP or made AYP in math. That was the only group that did not make AYP for math for them, and that was a brand new group. Again, we didn't have 45 students the year before. This past year we did. Therefore, that group does now show up on their AYP report. Crete Elementary, actually Crete is, and I know we're going to talk about this at the very end, but the one thing I really want you to notice about this is, whoops, sorry, wrong button, is this last column. They had growth, except for special ed, which was a brand new group for them last year. They just had 45 students. And 3 of those students are in out-of-district placements, but because Crete is their home school, their scores count toward the school scores. But if you look in the change column, every single subgroup for both reading and math had positive growth, and in some cases it was double-digit. So they did a tremendous job last year. For Monee, Monee had only one area where they did not make AYP, and that was their African American reading. They had a 1.5% decrease, and they did not make it even with the confidence interval. But this is really 1.5% is, what is that, maybe 2 students difference from the year before. Talala, the thing you'll notice about Talala that is different from all of our other buildings is they do not have a white subgroup. They do have, I think we calculated it, I think they had 18 white students in grades 3, 4, and 5. They just didn't get to the 45 number that they needed to qualify as subgroup. They did make their safe harbor target for African American reading and made that there. And then their math, again, they had tremendous growth in math, and all of their scores made AYP. Coretta Scott King, all of their scores, they did meet for all of their areas. Again, just like the trend, their reading scores, their math scores are higher than their reading scores, but they had a lot of growth in math, as did most of our buildings, and they had some growth in reading. For the 6th grade center, this is important as it is for the high school, just something to think about. You know, this is a 1-grade building. So when you look over here at the change that's happening from 09 to 010, this change here is really not reflective of what is happening in the school because it's an entirely new group of students. So it's not like they keep anybody together. So we went back and looked, and they actually did make, if you compared the group of fifth graders from the year before with this group, they're right here, they had about a 1.5% gain. So this isn't really accurate because this was an entirely different group of kids. And then also for math, the same thing happened. They had, I have it written down, but they had a little bit of gain there too. I think it was 3%. Their AYP, again, this is a new group for them, the students with disabilities. They just made the AYP target there. And again, the math achievement is higher than the reading achievement. Middle school, the middle school had some really, you can see they have a lot of green in the change column. Special ed had some significant decreases, but that was primarily the subgroup that held them back. Although the all group did not make AYP. And you can see right here, 72.3, 72.5. Again, it didn't fall within that confidence interval that we were talking about, but they're close. I think that, the other thing that I want to say before I forget here is that, what you notice about this is that it's really not, it's broken up by demographic group. It's not broken up by grade level. So when in each school, whatever grade levels are tested, so let's just take an elementary, grades 3, 4, and 5, it's the collective scoring of all of those students together. It's not, here's 5th grade, here's 4th grade, here's 3rd grade. So some, one year, some grade level may score higher than another, but everything gets averaged together and it's broken down by demographics. And then finally we have the high school scores. I think what's important here about the high school is that if you look at the change, and I'm looking here at our African American students and our economically disadvantaged students in reading, and again the same group in math, which the economically disadvantaged is down behind the chairs. We have a restructuring plan, and we have a state school improvement plan for this building because it is in restructuring. The focus of the plans is around the achievement of our African American and economically disadvantaged students. So if the focus of improvement is in that area, and that's identified by the state, you can see in those two areas we are getting growth, which, I would have to say I'm very proud of the hard work the high school's been putting in, and we're starting to see gains from all of the things that we're doing. And now I'm going to turn it over to Mike Dugan.
Great. Did a terrific job. One thing that you did notice in the last slides is whenever we have a smaller subgroup that you can see larger fluctuations. And again, with a smaller group, it takes a smaller number of students to get a larger fluctuation. I'll talk about EPAS, which is Explore, Plan, and ACT that we have up at middle school and at high school. What we're going to take a look here are the graduates of 2010. This is actually as a cohort. We have their Explore scores, which were at 14 on the composites on the left-hand side. They came in as freshmen, Explore scores of 14.8. In their sophomore year, they were tested on the Plan, which we got 16.5. And then for the ACT, which they took for the PSAE, ended up as an 18.4. The last score is typically reported in the school report card. It's the final test, and actually the only time the students have to take that is between the PSAE and when they apply to a college. Typically the seniors would have that completed before January because it's the latest that you can apply for a college. So there's about 3 test windows in there. If you look at a little bit of a decline, what we do have is it's a state requirement if you have not taken the PSAE that you had to take the ACT minimally. There are students that transfer into the district. There's a pretty large group that fell in this year. It's about 50 or so students. Just to meet the requirement, they didn't do so well on the exam. No incentive. It's going to be a conversation we're going to be talking about later on, but that's why we see just a marginal decline, and that's what we attribute it to. For our 5-year trends for this graduating class down the bottom, of course we hit it behind the chairs, is that 2010. And we have those ranked by, for this one, for the composite, we have it 18.4, which is about a half a point, close to a half a point higher than the 2009 score. What we are seeing is some traction. We're getting some increases in the mathematics and also with the reading. Again, I think we had a better read is the PSAE score, which we're going to take a look at. This is for our current seniors from the PSAE that they took last year. Again, they still have a couple months until January to take another ACT, applying to colleges, so we'll have one more rung up for next year for the school report card. If we take a look at their Explore scores, higher than the last graduating class. We had a higher incoming score of 15.8. Then we had 16.1 for the plan, and then for the ACT for the composite, we had an 18.1. And this was for our current seniors. For our juniors, we only have 2 tests currently. We're going to end up having our fall testing, which is going to be on October 13th, and that's when our freshmen are going to take the Explore test, and our sophomores are going to take the plan, and we'll bring that to you at that time to see where their growth and how far along they have come. On this one, the incoming composite for the Explore was 14.6, and then for the plan, 15.6. One thing that you will notice is that because this is a cohort, it's only counting the students that are within these test windows. So the scores will actually increase as time goes by as students transfer out of the district that no longer become part of the cohort. And I'm going to be talking about that a little bit later on. We're taking a look at some of the data analysis and seeing how the scores can fluctuate between cohort to cohort. On this data disaggregation, what we wanted to do was really try to figure out is, and we had a conversation in the last board meeting earlier, is that we were talking about how can we actually quantify what is going on, because we're seeing students improve year after year, and we know that students that stay with us for longer periods of time score better than those students that have just transferred to the district. And so what we did is we looked at ISAT. We did this study a couple of years ago when we took a look at ACT, but this was going to take a little bit different. We wanted to take a look at the elementaries. So, and I think we brought 2 board members in to see the readability of these charts. They brought some great comments to us, so I've reconfigured this a little bit. What we have here is on this side column here is their current grade. So I have 3rd graders here. For the 3rd graders that have been with us since kindergarten, their AYP for that cohort is 87% in reading. For 4th grade, it's 88%. For 5th grade, it's 90%. For 6th grade, it's 89%. 7th grade, 83%. And for our 8th graders, 88%. So if those were the only kids that came in at kindergarten, stayed with us, that is the AYP for that population, for that cohort. Those that entered that cohort in 1st grade and not kindergarten, we have this column here. So for 3rd grade, those that entered 1st grade, they scored 77%. 84%, 92, 84, 79, and 84. The real thing that we wanted to take a look at, what we see is the largest decline, is the students that have entered in the last 2 years, which we threw a diagonal here. If you take at the very last column, we have that they scored 70% for the 3rd grade cohort that entered in 3rd grade, 63% for the 4th grade, 58% for 5th, 50% for 6th, 49% for 7th, and 65%. And you're going to see kind of similar scores here. What's interesting on this analysis, if you take a look at it, is that as you go towards the left, the AYP meet and exceed number increases. So the longer that the students are with us in our district, we see increasing growth from year to year, which is positive. But then on the other hand, we have to take a look at this other area that we've drawn in an oval and the effect that that has on the overall scores. The main reason that we're taking a look at this, it seems that we've raised, and we'll take a look at for every one of the schools, we've been at about 70%. What's keeping us from 100%? What is the barrier that is between that? And that's really to target our goals. So again, this kindergarten cohort, as we take a look at, pretty much is scoring at 88, 90 percentile range, and that's for reading, which is, again, typically lower than the math cohort, the math testing. The best way I can quantify what kind of deficits that we're talking with the students that are entering that aren't meeting is on the bottom I've put in ovals, and that's how it affects the overall AYP for the all. How much is it depressing the general score? This red line that I have here, these are the students that have entered the district in the last 2 years that did not meet on the ISAT. This green line is the bare minimum you would need to score on the exam. These are scale scores. These are the bare minimum you would need in order to pass the ISAT. And this blue line up here is our district line. That's how everybody scored, including the students that have entered the district in the last 2 years. What's interesting is if you take a look at it, is that it almost looks like this has been pushed down, it almost looks like this has been pushed down, and this has been pushed down. And really what's important here, it depends on the quantity. If there was a large number of students in that group entering the district at that time not meeting, it pulls the overall scale score down, the average scale score, the number of students that are meeting or exceeding. And what we tried to show down here on the bottom is what the percentage is. In general, it's about 10% that we are losing overall. The other thing to take a look at is the overall deficit. And this is, I'm not talking about grade level. Basically, what do I need in order to pass the ISAT exam? For the scale score, if I take a look at this 8th grade group of students that entered the district that did not meet, as a group, they averaged 214 on the exam. They needed 231 to pass the exam. If I tried to figure out which exam would they pass, the closest I can come is down here to which is basically the 5th grade exam, which is 3 grades back. On average, the students that are not meeting, that are entering the district, are between 3 and 5 years behind on scale score necessary in order to pass the test. It's a very large deficit. Those overall performances, as you can take a look at, do affect the overall district scale score and how it depresses. And what we tried to do here is kind of quantify on how much of an effect it has overall. Does everybody understand the chart? I was really trying to make it simple. We had a lot of arrows and everything else going on here, and we had some advisement to just clean it all off. I think this is really the best way to take a look at it. If we take a look at this 8th grade group, really it would almost be out to 5th grade is the only one, and they still wouldn't have passed. This is the closest, so that's about 3 years back, and they were very far from passing here. If we take a look at math, there's a little bit less of a deficit. Again, we're going to do the oval. And again, as you take a look at the students that just entered the district, none of these would have met except for the 4th grade here and for the 3rd grade would have met the ISAT if that would have been the group as a cohort. If we take a look at those that have been with us since kindergarten, we're in the 90 percentile. The deficits are a little bit less when we take a look at the lines. Again, here is the line for the students not meeting to enter the district within the last 2 years. Here is the minimum score necessary in order to pass the ISAT on the scale score. And then here is where the district is. Quite a huge distance between the minimum needed to pass the test and where our district is performing overall. And again, that is including these students. So these students are depressing this score, but we are still running very high above the pass line. And then down here, it's almost identical for reading and for math, is that the overall effect of the students within 1 or 2 years that are not meeting is causing about a 10% depression of the overall meet and exceed number. Okay. And again, less of an effect that we can see with math, but still for the overall percentages they're almost identical. One other population we want to take a look at real quick is we're taking a look at, it's a little bit different. I've got 2 ovals here. This is a special ed population. The special ed population in the state of Illinois averages 13 to 14% of the general population of the state. So on average, in every district, about 13 to 14% of your population is special ed. In our district, we've been running at 18, 16, 17, 20, 17%, which is higher than the state. It's the lowest performing subgroup in the state, so it's depressing the score a little bit more than on average any other district. I have 2 lines on the bottom. I've got for reading, what's the meet and exceed loss, which on average is about 10%, and for math, which again is pretty close to 10%. So we're basically showing where 20% of our losses, it's keeping us from the 70 to 100% that we've been trying to document. So what does that mean building by building, which is a question that we try to address. If we take a look at it in this way, this is our meet and exceed number for our school buildings as we go across from Balmoral, Crete, Monee, Tualawa, Coretta Scott, Crete, Monee, 6th grade, Center Middle School, and the district. So this is the number that we have that we're currently scoring in green. This next level that we have here, this is our mobile students, and it's different for every building. If you notice that Coretta Scott has practically no mobile population, it's because students don't enter that building. It's by lottery. It's usually within the district, so there is no effect in that building. 0.4, I think, I want to say it was actually 1 child that was mobile and that did not meet. As we look across, every building is affected in a different way. Talala is affected 16.4% of their mobile students that did not meet, and that's what the effect it had from keeping that school from attaining 100%. This next group, which is in pink and doesn't show very well on this screen, is the special ed population. How much can we attribute to each building? And that has depressed their score from not achieving 100%. It's different across the board. For every building because of the concentrations. Again, very small in Crete Scott. This last group is not mobile and is not special ed. They've been with us at least past 2 years. It is different in every building. This is a population that not only are we targeting, but we're also taking a look at each one of these students and what kind of interventions or supports that have been provided. But this percent, as we take a look at it, are not special ed and are not mobile. Have any questions on this chart? I think what's kind of interesting on that is it's very consistent almost across the district, really, if you take a look at it, if you attribute for the size of the school building, is that the blue level is almost identical. And if you attribute special ed and mobile as the leveler, is that actually most of the schools are on a level playing field if you only measure the blue. Sure. You know, one other stat I'd like to point out is if you take a look at the district, which is off on the side, it's almost a three-way breakup. Is that you have a percentage, you know, almost an equal population of special ed, mobile students, and our blue, which are non-mobile, non-special ed, is basically that's the breakup for the district on what's keeping us from 100%. Those three populations and all, you know, all of them have different needs, but really what we're trying to here is just to quantify what's keeping us from 100%, and what are those population groups that we're taking a look at. And again, this is going to be for math, and this is for the mobile population. Again, you're going to see less of an effect in general on math. And again, this was in pink, and then the last one for blue. And again, you can take away, again, reasonably so is special ed, and for mobile would be less with Crete Scott. And again, we're falling into almost an equal breakup when we take a look at district, when we break down to three groups as we see their effect. Any questions? Oh, I'm sorry. I did have one more slide. I want to forget the high school. I actually, this is a request too from a board member. This one is, and I think I've done this 2 or 3 times. We did it in a different way. This is a composite score from the PSAE. And students that entered, because the question is going to be like, well, what happened to the high school? Students that entered in kindergarten had a composite ACT score of 21.8. Okay, the state average right now is 20.7. Okay, and national ACT average is sitting at about 22. So that's kindergarten, and it's very interesting. I think Laura brought it up, is that we always see a dip where it's not a typical entry year. In general, is that you'll see a dip will take place like in 8th grade, because entering in 8th grade is unusual. You'll see a dip that will happen right around 5th grade, because entering 5th grade is a little unusual. And remember, these are all independent cohorts. And so wherever it would be just unusual for a student to enter a system, you see a little bit more of a decline. These are all separate cohorts. So if you really take a look at it, these are 12 different cohorts that went through the system. We did keep kindergarten and preschool together. We lumped them up as a group because there are 2 different groups that entered, but they're piled together. But the rest of them, we have 11 separate groups here. It's interesting, if you take a look at the students that transferred in, their first year at the high school was junior year, that the composite is 16.6. Now, one thing I want to point out is that that would be, when you take a look at the ACT average that gets posted on the report card, it doesn't matter how long they've been in the district. Anybody who's taken an ACT in your building, either whether they're here or not, gets logged into your graduation ACT score. So it's another reason that there's a decline. The PSAE, on the other hand, on the ACT that we have, again, they would have had residency, been there for a while, and been registered for the exam. So typically that's where you're going to see probably a better score than you'd see with the graduating class. This is a slide that we prepared for John.
It's the last slide, and we just thought we would highlight one school that we're proud of all of our schools, and there's a lot of other slides that we had, but this is one slide that we thought is important, for a national conversation, actually. And that's the issue of if you combine both good teaching with time, the issue that is the debate out there is, can we effectively educate all students, but especially our minority population and sometimes our economically disadvantaged population tends to get the most press in national publications. This slide shows you here that basically 8 years ago, Crete Elementary in reading, this is just 3rd grade reading, 75.5% of the students, met or exceeded the state average. And that school only had 15% poverty, and I can't quote you the exact racial composition, but I can tell you that there was a minority population that was under 30% in this school. And as poverty rose in this school, and it's been rising every single year, that the school has been in existence for this last decade, that it has pretty much statistically held its own. It had a major dip here in the end of the 205, 206 was the last year, I believe, that the school was intact before they did our restructuring. I think it was the first year that Coretta Scott King, I believe, came into existence was the 206-207 school year. This was also, I believe, Laura, were you still the principal here? Did you say one more year? So Laura was still the principal here, but the fact is probably half the faculty left, if not more. We redistrict the boundaries where we had a different set of kids coming in. There was a major adjustment that had to be done, inside this school. The following year, we had a change in leadership. Laura took the job that she currently has. Poverty went from 33 to 50, which was the largest jump, on record, in this 8-year period. But yet, with that much change, both in faculty and the poverty jump, because there was a demographic shift, they didn't decrease. Actually, they increased by 0.2. And this was a very difficult year for Josephine. I'm just going to tell you the honest God truth. Lots of adjustments, both with her parents, her faculty, and so on, and trying to reorganize the school in the direction that she wanted the school to go into. In her second year, at the end of her second year, she went from 69.2 and her faculty to 79.5, with the poverty now jumping at double digits. It was almost past double digits here, almost a 20% jump. Now it's about a 15% jump. And then finally, we're at a school that has 71% economically disadvantaged. Now, I know some people want to argue why they're really disadvantaged, but we're only going by free and reduced lunch applications that are approved. But I think the story here that, I think deserves a lot of attention is this. In an 8-year ride, with basically poverty climbing and demographic shifts, both of students and a faculty population, this school has managed to ride all of the bumpy terrain that they've been faced with, and at the end of an 8-year reign with a different principal, a different faculty, and a different student body that they serve, much different than it was in 2002, actually is that 77% of their kids are meeting or exceeding state standards compared to 75.5, with a much, much larger, from 15% poverty to 71% poverty. That's probably close to maybe a 300-400% increase in all of the changes. I think what this proves is that, again, with the right resources, supporting our faculty, supporting our leadership, that we can effectively educate all kids. To me, this is a national story. It proves that we can educate all kids. We can do what we need to do, but we need time. And I think what Mike was showing, in these slides is that what the district does is it's all about value added. Well, actually, you can see it better with just the last slide here, which is the ACT slide. When you have kids who walk into our high school for the first time as juniors, their composite score is 16.6. For every year they stay in our high school, every year they stay in the system. This is basically exceeds the Illinois state average for those that have stayed with us in kindergarten, and almost matches the national average by 0.2%. What this line shows us is that our district adds value to our kids' education for every year that they're here. So when I hear the criticism sometimes of what we're not doing, I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't buy it. And I refute it when I look at this, when you see right here that basically, that we have kids when they come in their first year, like the 6th grade cohort. I don't know what's wrong with my batteries all of a sudden. I can't get the light to, oh, there it is. Half of all new kids who showed up in 6th grade last year met state standards. Half of them when they came in their first year. Compared to our kindergarten group right here, this cohort, again, there's the green, there it is, 80 and 90% because of the fact of if we have them here long enough, we can prove that we can do our job. We can do our job, and we do our job, but we need time. And when you have a kid who's only been here for 1 or 2 years, what the answer is do they need an alternative program? Do they need, a special school? Do they need a different curriculum? There's a lot of questions that we can ask, but the one thing we do know, if with the staff we already have, with the curriculum we already have, if you give us the time that we need, usually in 3 years, look at this, from 50 to 77, from 58 to 65, from 63 to 75, it takes time. And back to what, Mike said, as far as this issue, these kids are coming in 3 and 4 years behind. You can't catch a kid up in 3 years. 214, this is 8th grade. Go back 1, 7th grade. Go back 1, 6th grade. Go back 1, 5th grade. Here's 215. That's what you have to score to meet the standards. They're at 214 coming in their first or second year at 8th grade. That means this kid is not at 8th grade, not at 7th grade, not at 6th grade, probably at a 5th grade level coming into our school 3 full years behind. 3 full years. So to think that we can catch them up in 1 year by some miracle, and I do believe in miracles, but we have to also be real about how many resources and the time that it takes, again, to catch kids up. If they're coming in at 50, we can get them to 77. We can get them to 78. We can get them to 80, and so on, but we need the time. And the last thing I'm going to say is this. If you get this, statistically, you'll understand what I'm talking about. As long as you have a mobile population, where every year you're going to always have a new set of kids that are going to arrive at your door brand new, that are coming in at these levels that we see, this issue of can you close the gap here, and I'm just going to say this for the record, I just heard it on the news today. They're having a national debate over the revision of No Child Left Behind. They really are going to have to go to a growth model, because the issue that No Child Left Behind left out, never discussed, never debated, was the issue of the mobile student. Now, the Common Core national curriculum, I talked to David about this, you know, in the perfect world, if we were all teaching the same standards, and we all could guarantee the quality of kid no matter where these mobile students would go, whether they're in Peoria, Illinois, or San Francisco, California, they should be able to come to us with the same skill set. But until that happens, what we have is we have kids coming to us 3, 4 years behind, and we have to play catch up. So as long as that happens, it will be statistically impossible to get to 100% as far as all kids meeting standards, because you're always going to deal every year with a new set of kids. As the new ones become old, you still have old that are exiting and a new set that's always fresh every year that's 3 or 4 years behind. So there's going to be eventually a ceiling that you're going to say, unless we can catch our mobile students up in 1 year, meaning the day they arrive, we can get them to grade level by the end of the year. That's the only way statistically that we'll ever hit 100% or have a chance at it. You know, we still have to deal with special ed, and we still have to deal with our blue people. But the point is, the mobile issue is also, I said, a national story. Our district is a national story in a lot of great ways. But showing, you know, our choice school, I think it tells a story that needs to be told about choice, parent involvement, good teachers, good leadership, a good curriculum, because Coretta Scott King does wonders for the fact that these aren't kids that tested into this school. We're not picking kids that are already functioning at the 90th percentile necessarily, but yet they still overcome because of some conditions that we've set. So if we're talking about change in public education, if we're talking about reform, I think there's a lot of good things to talk about. There's a lot of good models to see, but we need our politicians who are not educators to understand what those real issues are so we can move forward legitimately and not create laws that have unrealistic goals the moment you set it. And that's the discussion and debate I heard on the radio today, which is they interviewed people in Congress right now, and they asked the question, when you passed No Child Left Behind, did you feel in your heart, the ones that were there when it was passed, did you feel in your heart that every kid in America could meet 100% standards? They did not get one politician, not one, to say yes to that answer. Not one. But yet, you passed the law. Do you understand what I'm saying here? Not one person who made the law believed in the law that they passed that 100% of the kids in the nation would meet all standards in all 50 states. They said that they would not agree that they believed that, but yet they passed the law. But we're still going to do our job, and we're going to still do a great job. So I think Laura and Mike deserve a great round of applause. And the academic team, and Chris, and everybody else who's involved. And hopefully next year we're going to have to take the suggestions of some of our board members and not put the academic report on the same
No. Good idea.
Just a reminder, Finance Committee is the first Wednesday after the first Monday of the month, so I believe it's October
6th, 5th, 4th,
5th, something that.
Well, you can have the meeting, but I'm going to be out of the country.
Right, first Wednesday in October. Look at your administrative calendar on Tandem.
Will someone take the meeting for me? Because I will be out of the country.
Yes. All right.
Moved.
Aye.
Everybody.
Good night.
I moved.
Thank you.
Someone seconded.
Yes. Yes. You guys.
Oh, God. Come on.
Good night.
Good night, all.
Good night. Meeting, so. Good.